everybody. Welcome to the show. It is Thursday. What is today? February 27th. I cannot believe we are already 2 months into 2025. I'm still not used to writing 2025 on stuff. For whatever reason, I keep wanting to write 2026. I'm just trying to skip the entire year. No clue as to why. All right, you guys, you know the drill. Drop your city and state so I can shout you out. And if by any chance there is a newbie in the building, drop me a comment here on YouTube and let me know you are a newbie. You can just say newbie. We are going to have a good time tonight. We already have some fellas joining in backstage. Looking forward to it this evening. If you are watching on Instagram, sucks for you because you just see the side of my head. If you come on over to YouTube, you can actually see the entire show. So just go to youtube.com/chasing Yonci or click the link in today's story and head on over. Let's see who is in the comments. Ooh, Falake is nice and early. She said, hello, Yonci and friends. Hello, Falake. Kenny was the first one. So kudos to you. He's tapping in from Washington, D.C. And he wants to know, are these the same questions you're going to be asking during town hall? We're going to be asking different and fresh questions, Kenny. And he wants everyone to know he is at Lowe's shopping for plants and landscaping. All right, then, Kenny. Maybe you could send us a photo of your finished product and I'll put it up on the show. Let's see who is backstage. We have Keith in the house. Good to see you, Keith. Nice to have you.
Likewise.
Thank you. We got Jacob in the house. What's cracking?
How are you?
We got Mr. Beeman. He is here to join us. Hey, Fran. All right. Try to keep it down there, buddy. Oh, he probably doesn't know he's muted. Okay.
My bad.
All I was not going to speak. Okay. Jacob, so I don't know if you can see the preview. Yeah, I was going to say you were like half of the face once I brought you on the screen. There we go. To give us all of that mug. Howard is tuning in from Canada, and I'll let you cheat, Howard, because he's one of my favorite people here. But everybody else has to come over. Everyone else has to come over to YouTube if you want me to see the comments, so I don't have to keep my head on a swivel. All right, fellas, we've got our normal show lined up. And this time, since y'all be trying to hold me, I got my videos ready tonight. So we got some interesting ones, some of which y'all have sent over. Jacob just had a flashback. I saw it in his eyes. He just had a flashback from last week. You know, Mont comes on. We already know what we'll be talking about. Hey, Nayusi, hopefully you can come through. I sent you the link, sir. You're also on Patreon, so I know you have it. And then Jacob is tuning in from Detroit. Anything interesting you guys want to share? Get off your chest. Funny joke before we get into the first question. You look like you might have a good dad joke, Jacob. I don't want to rule anything out.
Wait a minute. Lately people been talking about I have this dad energy. What the heck is that supposed to be?
Oh, maybe it's zaddy energy. Let's hope, right?
I have no jokes today.
You said what?
I have no jokes today.
Oh, well, all right then. This is serious, y'all. This is serious. Okay, thank you, Willie. Thanks for sharing. Is that Eastern time? Okay. So if you have been living under a rock or just on back my page, you might not know the single database is now live and it has been databasing. Okay. So as you guys just ignore me, Jacob. I have the ladies listed on there. It's a little spreadsheet. Essentially, it's nothing fancy. We're just in beta right now. But the ladies can put their information like their height, what state they live in, their fitness level, if they have kids, if they want kids, if they're willing to be a stepmama, if they're willing to relocate, what their faith is like, all kind of questions. And you can see their photographs. So little by little, we have the women who are subscribing, means that their information is also posted. But if the guys really want to contact them, there's a way they can do so if they reach out to me directly. And so that is something that you guys should check out. If you are not on my men's page, I'm sorry for you. Go ahead and head on over to Yonci Nation. This is where the men can do the men's version of a kiki, because I know men don't kiki. But you guys can have your conversations and share what you really think without back. And then I share your answers Monday through Friday with the names redacted, of course, with my patrons. If you want to join on Patreon, you could do so at patreon.com/Yonci. All right, I think that is it for my announcements, other than the fact that March enrollment is open and we now have 4 spots left. Just filled another seat today. And so if you have been procrastinating or you thought, I'm going to push my discovery call way out, there might not be any seats left open for you. So get it together. If you want to enroll, make sure you set up a discovery call. And all you have to do is click the link in my bio and you'll see right at the top dating manual and then click discovery call. All right, so that's it for the church announcement. For the 3 stubborn people who are still on Instagram, shame. Head on over to YouTube where the water is warm, and we are going to jump right in. Okay, number 1 topic that we are going to be talking about today. Let me close my other screens here. That is distracting. Okay. When you ask a woman out, ooh, this was interesting for me. Do you talk during the days leading up to the date, or do you just wait for the date? Meaning, let's say you ask a woman out on Tuesday. She says, yes, I'm cool doing that date. And you set it up for Saturday. Are you radio silent Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and just show up at the date? Or are you communicating with her up until that point? Men on the panel, what say you? Don't everyone talk?
Definitely communicate.
You communicate? Okay.
Absolutely. Because I still want to get to know her throughout the conversation, just having conversation, just getting to know one another. So you definitely want to do that. Not to mention, yeah, not to mention, just also the day before reconfirm. So,
okay. I just say, imagine that, wanting to get to know someone that you're going to go on a date with. That is, wow, that is wild. Okay, I kid. Anyone else? Does anyone else not talk, or does anyone not talk prior to the date? There was a dating coach. I will not say her name out of respect for her, but she literally said in her advice that you just should text and keep it as limited as possible, because all that can happen is things go downhill. And I thought, 1, wow, that's a very pessimistic way of thinking. But 2, I'm thinking, if someone really made an impression on me to the point where I want to hang out with them in person, I couldn't imagine going 4 days without talking to them. I genuinely would want to know how your day was, or, what have you. So apparently there are people out here who are confused. Like, are we still on? I haven't heard from them. Do I confirm or not confirm the day of? And then you have the argument. People say, well, obviously I didn't cancel, so why wouldn't we still be on? But I feel like that's just weird. And I do it with my girlfriends. We're still on for tonight, right? We're still because you never know. Things can, whatever. Fire that coach. I mean, all right. So we're gonna look at the poll results. This is for the men, from the men of Yonci Nation. Go ahead and add that up there. 83% are grown. 83% said they talk the days leading up to the date, and 17%, I don't know how that's working out for them, but they're going radio silent. So that's different. It's different.
Yonci, I'm curious to know, do you know how many people actually responded, so we know what the percentages actually are? I
can look. I'm gonna have to hang up on these Instagram people, but you know what? They shouldn't be watching. They shouldn't be watching Instagram either. I will cut that live in 2 seconds. Matter of fact, y'all, if you have not gone to YouTube yet, I'm so sorry, but you got to get on over there. All right, so let's see. We just ended. I hung up in their faces. Okay. All right, so let's head on over to Yonci Nation. And this was from February. Oh, this was Valentine's Day. Oof. Okay. I gotta know who said oof when I come back. Where's my? That's the 12th. What? That's the 17th. Where the heck are my questions? That is weird. I cannot. If one of you guys see the actual date, because the date I have on here is incorrect, I must have posted it on a different day than I thought. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Those of you who just came in, make sure you say hello. We're friendly. We don't bite. Not all of us. And so make sure you drop your city and state. Let us know where you're watching from. And if there are any newbies, comment newbies. I can give you some extra love. Welcome to the show, Greg. Good to have you.
Hey, what's going on, y'all?
Hey.
How you doing?
Doing well, thank you. What about yourself?
I'm doing well. No complaints over here.
Oh, that's good. Fantastical. All right. We're going to move on to question number 2. Clickety click, click, click. All right. Oh, by the way, guys, if you are enjoying the show, please go ahead and click that like button on YouTube. If you are on your cellular device, you will have to close the comment box, the chat box, to be able to see the thumbs up option. And then you can go back and hit the comment and be back on. Oh, goodness. I am so sorry. I thought I sent it. I did not. I'm glad you figured out how to get on here, Keith.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry. I thought I sent it. Okay. Oh, the guys are struggling with this database. Somebody says, can one sort them out? It can help to narrow down before taking the time to check the short list out, such as age or whether or not I think what he wants me to do is give all the information on each individual person. Look, I can lead a horse to water. I am not about to give you a sippy cup. I'm not about to give you a sippy cup. Like, man, if y'all knew how much time and effort it took to put that little list together, my God. Okay. Hopefully did I send everyone? Okay, y'all, I'm so sorry. I'm going to double check and make sure, because I told Keith I would send him a link and apparently it's not there for some reason. So let me make sure the other guys got theirs. Who else did they were coming? Sorry, y'all. Okay, Jacob is here. Brad's here. Oh, did I send him the link? I said I would. Yep, I sent him the link. Okay. Mikhail said he was going to try to come. And sorry, no Yonci donations left behind. Okay, yep, I got everybody else. I don't know what happened with your stars there. Okay, let's get into these comments. The date, it was 2/14, so I'm just tripping. Okay, I'm just gonna scroll one by one. Open the pages 6 days ago. 6 days ago. I haven't did it with the date. Okay, 20th, 19, 18, 14. Oh, shoot. 14. That is wild. I literally cannot see it. I see on the 14th, which tells you the most about your partner. That's what I have for the 14th. That is bizarre. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, sorry, y'all. Okay, so number 2, what is it like for you when a woman shares how you make her feel? Do you feel attacked? And goodness gracious, I keep forgetting to look at the answers. I didn't share those. I'm just to see if there are any interesting ones. Oh, wow, y'all had quite a few responses on that first one. So let me just briefly put this back up real quick while I take a look. Definitely we'll talk. It's 2 weeks away. You got to stay engaged. Practice your communication skills. Definitely talk. Okay, yeah. So they're all saying about the same thing. So that's good. Okay, just want to make sure I didn't miss any juicy comments. All right. So what is it like for you when a woman shares how you feel? Now, this, I got a lot of responses, which is refreshing because sometimes y'all surprise me with the stuff that you don't answer. But here's the scenario. Let's say, for example, she says, I'm really struggling with feeling XYZ because you're not super affectionate. How can a woman, or I should say, do you feel attacked if a woman just shares how your behavior is making her feel? And what is the solution if not? Because if you talk to women, a lot of women say, I'm just sharing how I feel. And men are very sensitive to criticism. So I'm curious to know what you guys' thoughts are. And then afterwards, I'll get into some of these comments.
I'll say no. I don't feel attacked. I feel like being able to not take things personal is, that's is a part of just growing up. Like you shouldn't take what a woman says, because it changes too. Like a woman can say one thing in a moment, and then 24 hours it can be a completely different conversation that she's having with you. Knowing how to, and I think taking things for a grain of salt and knowing how to just kind of brush things off helps when these type of scenarios. So no, I don't think I feel attacked anyway.
Somebody said, thank you. Somebody said, because they don't have the same energy towards all the good things we do and how good of a man we are and are trying to be. How would someone have the same energy? Because it's a completely different scenario. Giving praise to someone is different than giving feedback of something that you want changed. So I understand conceptually what they mean, but what do you think they mean by that? How would she have the same energy?
I don't think that anybody will feel attacked unless you attack them. And unfortunately, we have to acknowledge the fact that women are emotionally charged and don't necessarily convey themselves with the most respect when it's something negative. So if you go to a man and you're attacking him with your words, actions, attitude, body language, and all of that shit, that's what he's going to feel like. So.
Okay, so let's use this. We're gonna role play, but say that what would be how would there be a way that your girl could ask for more affection or
in English.
Right.
But that's the thing. You're saying, if her language is this, so I'm saying, give us an example of what that language. You know how I am with language, and I have had men get very.
I think it's better to just be more like just to do something, like take action. Like it doesn't have to be a conversation. Like if a woman wants more affection, then she's gonna do. Y'all know what to do when y'all want attention.
But what if she wants you to initiate affection? What if she says, "I feel like every time we're on the couch, I'm the one who has to snuggle, or I feel like I'm having to initiate intimacy, or I'm having to ask for a kiss when you leave." Like, what if she's trying to express something that needs words? Like, I want you to do the initiating.
So I want you to do this, and go about your business. It's not complicated.
Right.
But that's the point. You say it's not complicated, but there are men with sensitivity, like fragile egos.
No,
that's
a personal problem. Man.
I think that's a small percentage of men, though.
Yeah, I think those are just feminine men.
Yeah,
they just be mad anytime you criticize them,
right?
But at the same time, I don't know. I would say that the majority of women aren't able to express themselves when it's something that they want to be critical about in a healthy or respectful way.
So this is why I keep going back to what does that look like? So
before you move on, like here's so first of all, first question. Usually men not offended. We just used to straight talk most of our lives.
Mm-hmm.
How do you share how you feel matters? Let me just throw that out. You don't know how to talk to a man. He's disrespectful. He's accusatory. People are going to regress. They're going to shut down. That's just natural for anybody. So how you give your feedback matters. So how does it look for a woman? Because here's the thing. I understand the context of the comment somebody gave. So let's say the 10 things that you want from a guy. I'm just making this up. 7 of them really well. And now we're talking about the 3 he ain't so great at. You can be, women sometimes can behave and throw a whole good man away because of 1 or 2 good things that he's not the best at, and ignore the 7 things that he is exceptional at. And so what you can do, if you really like him, you can help him. Maybe I like it when you do, or when the few times he might do it, you encourage him to do it more. You got to learn the man and learn how to talk to him. It's not all about simply either he get it or he don't. That's that Instagram stuff.
Yeah, I think it's crazy.
You can work with it, and you can work with him to help him get where you want to be. And if he really likes you, he will follow suit. That's, again, we're talking about a deal breaker because your man don't snuggle with you every time you get on the couch. Like, is that really it? Or can you just do it, enjoy the other 70, 80% of the good things that he does? Sometimes the mentality now is kind of all or nothing, but it's how you do it and how a woman can encourage a man to be better for her.
Now, I like that you gave an example because I feel like we can all talk in principle, but if it was that simple, it wouldn't be an issue. So just say, speak respectfully. Most women who are going to have this issue are going to think, I'm not coming at him crazy. I'm not cussing him out. I'm not raising my voice. I'm simply saying, hey, babe, this is what I need. And like I said, y'all don't date men. So just like you guys tell us, you don't date women, so you can't tell us what women are like. I have seen many, 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 many men who are very defensive, and their first thing that they say is, well, I do all these other things great, so why not? But in any other area, in a job, it could be saying, Jacob, you're amazing closing deals, you're amazing at this, you're amazing at that, but let's work on this area. They literally have quarterly and annual reviews to go over your strengths and your weaknesses. So why is that we got a grade on a curve, we can't give any feedback?
I have a question. So how do we know if the woman was giving the example, if she was coming from that energy, that tone, like that you gave? Like, we don't know what energy she came with for him to respond that way.
Well, that's why I wanted to give you guys to give examples. And short of having a video of a woman doing it, we would have to recreate it. So what I was saying was, if you guys could say, so I'll give you what the issue is, and I would want you guys to say the way that you want, because now you've seen the comment, just use your words. Well, clearly that's the problem, because the words are causing him to be aggravated. So if she's
the tone changes everything. Like, if a woman's coming to me in the right tone and she's feminine and she's asking for something that I may be lacking in, then I might ponder on it for a minute and then I'll make some adjustments. But that doesn't mean that necessarily I'm doing anything wrong, like, or or I'm neglecting her in any type of way. I think that's where the defense comes in, where depending on how she's delivering the message, it's going to determine how I'm going to respond to as well. So
the tone police never seem to police their tones. I think it's okay. It's not kind of. I don't feel bad for women that have this problem with men, because for so many women that always try to police what men say and how they say it, that they don't have the inherent or default setting to do the same thing for them. So I feel like if a woman is getting this from a man, it's because her communication style doesn't match what fits him, and she hadn't taken time to get to know the guy, that she deserves whatever she gets.
I think it's so interesting that a lot of times something is that is happening, it feels like the answer is the moment must mess up. There's never a possibility that the guy has an insecurity. There never could be a possibility that he has a defensive issue, that he struggles with feeling like he's good enough. So she points out anything, he freaks out. I just find that interesting. But if on a woman's side, if she's critiqued, she must have still done something wrong, and she, needs to go back to the drawing board. So it cannot be that every guy is just so perfectly healed. And
hold on, wait a minute.
Let's face it, though. If she's asking that question, she's trying to figure out how he's going to respond. She's looking for a response. If you're asking that question, like, that's not. And then I'm not going to say they're normal, but in most relationships, you shouldn't have to ask that question. Like, you shouldn't have to ask, how what you feel to what you have to share to make the relationship better. Like, you should some of that stuff should just come naturally.
Well,
if I agree
if
with
only
that.
it were that simple, there would be no marriage counselors. I will say this. So I was in a relationship with somebody before years ago. And literally, if I ever fixed my mouth to say anything that was an issue with me or rubbed me the wrong way, I was met with an entire list of how I sucked. Clearly did not choose to stay because of that. But there are some people who cannot hear anything about themselves. They cannot. It doesn't matter if you sing it in angel voices and sprinkle baby's breath as you're saying it. They're not going to be okay with it.
But so we're talking about. We're talking about. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump in front of you, but we're getting ready to say the same thing. We're not talking about everybody. There's some extreme cases. I assume. Maybe I'm wrong. We're talking about people that there's some connection and they're really interested in each other and they're trying to make it work. I think sometimes we spend time with people and do these scenarios with people we probably shouldn't be talking to, and they got other things going on. I got to assume these people like each other, and now she's starting to open up to kind of help him, tell her what's on her mind and what makes her feel a certain way. And I'm assuming he's going to do the same. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with talking about what makes you happy, what you like to see more of. That's a good in a relationship, because you're just not going to know. It's good to have a conversation. And so what I think sometimes women with this question, they're probably talking to guys they probably should have left alone, and they're trying to make it fit, and then they come up with these scenarios. But you got to know where you fit in and who you should be staying with when you start to, I guess, get more invested. There's probably some women, there's probably somebody they should have left alone a long time ago, and now they're trying to make it fit, and then they come online and blame all the men for some of all the red flags and other things they ignore. We gotta learn to pick better. Men do too, but we're talking about women right now. You gotta learn to pick better and where you invest your time, and learn to communicate so you can get what you want from the guy that you're really interested in.
Right.
So this is something that I'm really interested in, because I've been studying attachment styles. I don't know if you guys have heard of secure attachment, anxious attachment. Okay. And I have found that there are quite a few men who have a dismissive, I forget, dismissive something.
Avoidant.
Yes, thank you. Just avoidant dismissive attachment style. And a lot of it is traced back to not having a mother who is emotionally available. And there's a wound there. So, for example, what I struggled with was an abandonment issue. I was worried that any sort of lack of closeness meant they were going to leave me, and it caused me to behave in a almost neurotic way. But it traces back to a fear. The fear is that I'm not lovable and I'm going to be abandoned because of it. With a lot of guys, because of the way society raises them, suck it up, don't talk about your feelings, whatever, they a lot of times struggle with getting feedback. I've found because in their mind it interprets it as I am defective. I'm broken, and then I guess ultimately a broken toy gets thrown away, or something that doesn't have utility gets tossed to the side. And so there is this fight to show I'm still valuable, I'm still this, and that's where that argument comes up a lot. Well, what about all this that I've done? And so I've done a lot of research on this. There's a guy whose account name is Jimmy on relationships. And, according to his page, because thousands and thousands and thousands of women are dealing with this in their relationship. That means that all these women should just leave these guys alone, because these guys have this wound that causes them to be defensive. And when they hear their partner criticizing, they hear she doesn't love me, she doesn't respect me. And of course, I'm not naive to think that somebody could have a negative tone, but it can't be every single woman is just talking crazy out of the side of her neck. So this just might not be the panel to discuss that with. But
well, Yonci, I was just going to really quickly touch. I think you hit the nail on the head, because there's a difference between a man that is emotionally mature and one that is not. So the answer, we're all answering it as if we are emotionally mature men. But if we go to the perspective of who we were, let's say before we were emotionally mature, because I remember who I was back then, my answer would have been completely different. So you just hit the nail on the head. And I think it's helpful that the majority of us, I would say all of us, I don't know everyone personally, but we're all emotionally immature at this moment. Whereas the men that you're speaking about, the ones that the women are having difficulty with, are likely emotionally immature. So they may have a different outcome and they may struggle. Now, granted, there are instances where it's not what it's said, but how it's said. So I think that's what we're speaking about. But what you're speaking about is the men's emotional maturity.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So
I'm just trying to imagine in my head a girl going to a guy that she's interested in and just say, baby, I wish you did more of this. and he felt attacked. Like I just can't see that. It would have to be. It would have to be.
I could have a private conversation with you, Jacob, and give you some examples.
I got to hear some of that because that just seems odd.
It's a very real thing. It is extremely sensitive. It is like if you've ever had a dog who was abused. We had a dog who was abused. Kenny, with the next question, sir, you are not the producer of this show. You don't get to tell us to move along. We're gonna linger however long we need to linger. But my mom adopted this dog who had been abused, and I mean, you couldn't even just jingle keys, and that thing was about to jump out the window, just so like skittish. And so I have a heart for people because I had to overcome certain things, and I know the easy thing is just to say, you know, throw the person away. But the reality is, I feel like relationships oftentimes are the things that start to help us to heal. And so I have been in situations where the guy started out super defensive, and it took a long time, months, to show that I was a safe space. I wasn't his ex-girlfriend. I wasn't there to demean him. I wasn't going to take his what he shared and weaponize his vulnerability. But I don't necessarily think I agree that throwing a person away is the answer. I just literally got texted right this second. Someone I care about deeply is in a relationship with a guy who treats her fabulously, but he has this intense wound. And because of my experiences, I've been able to coach her and literally say, and it's like tiptoeing, kid gloves, start with that, lay the foundation, let her know he's safe, you know, come back with this, don't use this word. And slowly we're seeing progress. So and it's up to her to decide if she wants to walk away. But I just think sometimes that's the only way they are going to fully be able to, because you do the work when you're single, but you get tested in your relationship. Somebody said it's like this. It's like taking some pottery and you glue all the broken pieces. It's not until you pour water into it do you actually see where there are so cracks. You might have thought you glued that thing well, but that's where you're tested. So
yeah, it's funny. It's funny you say that though. I do believe that there are men out there that can take something like that and make it defensive and be insecure about it, and it probably can stem from some sort of childhood trauma or lack of mom or dad not being around, and then that affects how they treat other people. So it is important that you do acknowledge whatever baggage or whatever trauma that you haven't dealt with before entering into a relationship. That way it doesn't become an issue when you're in a relationship, and then you're trying to figure it out with another person when you could have figured it way before you've even met somebody. So
well, I will say this, ladies who are watching this, if you are in a relationship with a man who does not get defensive when you bring your concerns to him, consider yourself incredibly lucky. Because if you go on any of these websites that I mentioned, you're going to see women who are traumatized, in pain, struggle. It is very difficult if a person is emotionally immature, just meaning not developed. Okay, so I am going to read some of these comments. And if you want to read there's like 4 pages worth, y'all. If you want to read the rest, go ahead and check out Patreon. All of them are there. Okay, this one says, to a woman, a man may appear to shut down because their emotional feedback feels like criticism, in which triggers defensiveness or may overwhelm them in the moment. The feedback they get from men in which no one wins is important. Okay. They must consider clarity in their approach. They can state their needs, instead invite accountability, and frame the conversation as a collaborative path toward, rather than a critique or a one-sided conversation. In other words, the delivery of feelings lacks grace and alignment. If you're sharing to connect and not to control or manipulate, are you creating a safe space for confrontation? Men respond to respect and intentionally checking on timing and alignment before blaming his reaction. I am dying to see who said that. That was actually pretty spot on. A lot of the tips and tools that I came across was about how to use certain phraseology that makes them feel like it's a collaborative effort. Like, hey, I'd like to get your take on this. Hey, how can we go about handling this? Versus saying, you messed up, you did this wrong, I didn't like that. Something else that some people say is, like, what is it? Trying to think of the wrong way to say it first. You don't love me. Basically saying you don't love me, that's really blunt, versus saying, I don't feel very loved when this happens. One is making an assumption and making a statement and running with it. The other is just saying, this is how I am perceiving this to be. So that stuff can be very, very helpful. If you look up, oh, thank you. If you look up, talk to a conflict avoidant person, there are a lot of tips. But yeah, there are quite a few men who are conflict avoidant. Okay, you must have sent it on the main account. Let me go see. There it is. Ah, okay. I don't know why I couldn't. Oh, this is on Patreon. Yeah, for some reason I can't see the original post on Instagram. All right, guys. Anything else you want to share before we move on to the next question? Question number 3. All righty. I'm just snitch. Anybody, please let me know how many likes we have on. Now, this is a question that somebody asked on Patreon. And of course, if they ask, I have to post it. But this is one I have asked before. Oh, it's okay. Now you see. Why would a man be liking a woman's IG stories and posts and reels after he ghosted her? And I want to say, because he can. But what do you have to say for our dear patron who asked this question?
Stupid. That's a dumb. There's so many other things.
All the pain on your faces, all of your collective faces were pain.
There's so many other things to talk about.
For real. There's some people who just wake up and go through stories and just like everything and then put the phone down and keep going. They just scroll, like everything. This ain't a question.
We don't even look and see who is liking, like whose shit I'm liking. If it's funny, I just like it. I don't know. I couldn't.
What I found is that women give a lot of value where for men it's not that deep. Like there are a lot of things it's truly not that deep. And so trying to assign meaning to it is absolutely pointless. So someone said he wants to reconnect and knows women love free attention because he knows you'll notice and he will live rent free in your head. Someone else said the more important question is why does she care? Why? She cares for a reason and that needs to be discovered. Possibly likes the content but not her. Compartmentalizing. He says, so they went on a date. Is this included in the definition of ghosting her? I noticed the heart content, but I didn't take it personal if I think someone has moved on.
Can we address the first comment?
You said what?
So can we address the first comment? So the first comment, right? If I'm going to reconnect with somebody that I ghosted, that probably means that I've had some sort of scenario with them. So I'm not going to reach out. I'm not going to make my initial contact to be a liking on a post. I'm going to just text you.
Mm.
I'm not
like
gonna,
a grown-up move?
Right. I'm not going to just go straight to, yo, like, you know, it's been a minute. What's up? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to like a post to reconnect with the person.
Somebody said I want to keep your confidence up. That's why I like.
The guy's doing is just timid and soft, and he don't want to reach out to her directly because she might, shoot him down. So he went and liked the shit just so she can be like, he liked it. But at the same time,
she's saying he ghosted her.
But listen, I understand that, right? Because I mean, you know how many times a dude will be with a girl that he's like that, with, he did the chase, but then when you finally get her and she ain't worth a damn, like that happens a lot. So just because you weren't worth a damn in person, like you might do something I find funny. So I laugh at it, but just you don't mean that. You know what I'm saying? We reconnect. Like I ghosted you for a reason, but just because I ghosted you, don't mean your content's not funny. I mean, the ass is the ass. I don't look at that. Well, if you got your titties out, I'm gonna like them. But at the end of the day, you know why I ghosted you, and I mean, shit. take this free like and be happy.
Take that free life.
Social media too seriously.
Yeah, I would tell any man breathing to not date a woman who thinks like this or even ask this question.
That just goes to show you that women do that. They do it for attention.
He said Uno reverse. Okay. I'm gonna move on to the next one. Very, very lighthearted. The previous questions have been oh so deep. Number 4, passing gas. Is this a sign of comfort or just plain gross?
No, that
We
shit
could all
is
say it
not,
at one time. Gross.
that shit is not ladylike at all.
I
I've
think
heard
it's gross
some guys-
regardless. If
What
men
was
do
the
it, if women do
inspiration
it.
behind this question? Hi guys, how you doing?
Hi. Because there are two schools of people. There are some schools of thought, rather. Some people think it's the ultimate sign of comfort. Man, if she doesn't do that, once she does that in front of me, I know she's really comfortable around me, and they take it as like a loving thing. There are other men who have the Willie approach who are like, that's just not feminine at all.
Yeah.
Like, see, a lot of dudes don't know better. They think a woman's comfortable because she stopped taking care of herself or trying to like keep up that front that she put up when she was trying to get you. So now she's comfortable. No, you're not going nowhere, and she starts farting and burping and shit in front of you. It's a respect thing for me. And then 2, it's just unladylike. Period. It's super unladylike to do stuff like that. Guys do it.
It's a comfort thing.
Yeah, guys do it like we'll fart because we're the men. Is what men do. We fart, burping, and get dirty. But we don't.
It's even disgusting when we do it, dude.
No, I feel like it's still disgusting either way. But for me, I don't honestly like if we're at that comfort level. I mean, I know it's a natural. They say it's bad for your health to keep it in anyway. So I know that like if it's just instant and you can't like hold it. I mean, it is what it is. Just make sure it doesn't become an accident because sometimes accidents happen. So, but I know with women like they would. I feel like a lot of women would never fart or pass gas or anything like that in front of their man or in front of anybody. Maybe I don't know if you can attest to this, Yonci, but if you're with your girlfriends, I guess that's different. But even still, like no female wants to know that that was you that just did that. Ew.
I don't think I've ever had a girlfriend do that in front of me.
Yeah, because you hang out with women who aren't savages. That's why.
Let's see what the poll said. Do you guys think you're the majority? Do you think the majority said gross, or do you
Probably
think they
85%.
No, I think a lot of them say it's cool because they don't know no better. They don't.
They say it's gross.
85% plus. That's my bet.
Okay, so put your hand up if you think that the majority is say gross. So this is hand up for majority gross. 1, 2, 3, and Willie, you think majority is going to say it's comfort?
Yeah, I've seen. I just feel they just put up whatever they can.
Okay. All right. Whoa, it's so small. 33% said gross and 67%
That's
said
crazy.
Thank you.
Willie had the answers to the
now
test.
You said hands up for comfort.
No, I just know the majority of these people, a large sample size of men are able to, 1, expect women to be ladylike, or 2, enforce boundaries. So the average man can't do that. And this is proof of it.
Yeah, that's crazy to me.
That's wild.
Oh, excuse me, I'm yawning already. It's too soon. Okay, you guys, I know this was really, really fun. We're gonna move on to the next topic.
Yeah,
What'd you say?
So that was a wild question.
Somebody said, keep that itch to yourself and in my imagination, ladylike and feminine at all times. Yes, I know accidents happen, but to just dry a fart in front of me is wild. Depends on how bad it's how healthy she is.
If I smell your fart and it's crazy, like it's gonna affect the way I have sex.
Uh-oh, there's some feedback. What was that?
I said it's going to affect the way I have sex.
That's a
Oh.
fact.
Someone said both, yet I'll add something of women actually talk. If women actually talk to men more often, they wouldn't have to ask us these questions to you because they'd understand us.
Can you comment on what Willie said?
Please.
I don't know why that I just thought about it. But why is it every time we get ready to do grown up stuff, y'all got to use the bathroom and pee? That's
They got to go make sure they shit is. I mean,
bro, that's the biggest turn off for me. I really hate that.
But what do they actually have to pee?
I get it, but
bro, they're not going to pee for real, bro. They're going to make sure they stuff don't stink.
Bro,
they off. They go in there and take a whole bath in the sink, and then come back and try to, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, because a lot of women are self-conscious about the way they smell. And
I get it, but I dislike it. It's stupid.
Hey,
it's like a
boundary.
It's like a good movie get ready to come on, and then they like cut to the commercial real quick. It's like it just changes the whole mood of everything.
Just start taking a shower with her. That's
Greg. There was
take a shower with her up front. Just get her in the shower, and then you know how that shit goes like that.
I don't know who has feedback. I'm sorry. I'm trying to mute different
I hear
people.
it.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. But Greg, I had a client and she said it used to drive her nuts when she was going to be intimate with her. It was her husband, and he would methodically remove all of his clothing. Like, she wanted it to be like the movies where you're just like throwing stuff off, and it's like he would neatly fold his pants and put it on the bench. He'd roll down his socks. He'd put his shoes together, put them on the thing. And she, like, by the time he was done with all that, I'm like,
rolling down his socks is wild.
Guy from
that's crazy.
oh, you're cutting out, Nancy.
it's like the movie She's Gotta Have It. The original Spike Lee movie. That's what one of the dudes did in there. He folded up everything, folded up his socks, the whole nine. And she was sitting there looking. She was bored by the time he was done.
Hey, he
That's
might just
we're gonna dry it up.
He could be just trying to kill
I
time.
don't remember that
To get hard.
Yeah, I've heard of people having OCD, but that's next level.
Because I promise you, I ain't never in my life gave a damn about how my pants reported when some titties were out.
You know what I mean? She's
Never.
like a crime scene after. Like, how did that get
Right.
what
They'll
the?
end up where they end up.
It's a whole
Where,
vagina.
right? Just try not to start a fire with anything over a lampshade. Other than that, you know.
It's a whole vagina in the bed, and I'm over here rolling my socks down neatly. Absolutely not. I'm lucky if I take off both of my socks. Like, what is she talking about? All my drawers have dick holes in them for a reason. Like,
Oh
man,
my gosh.
that's crazy.
You might get the sock. He said that girls have things like if you aren't together with
Wait a
them.
second. I think every man on here has hit a girl with one sock on because of the timing, and then trying to keep their grip, like sliding on the floor. Like I'm fairly certain it's happened to all of us.
All right, y'all. This is another one from a patron. So just brace yourself, okay?
Oh,
this
boy.
is also one that we have talked about before. Why, dear God, do men reach out via Instagram when they have a woman's phone number already?
What's up with this?
Oh, can I answer this one first?
Fuck.
Willie actually did that. And made my man miss the whole Super Bowl. Oh, I just got triggered by this question.
Wait a second. That was different. That was
What?
I did both.
What? See, here's my thing, right? We're not in a relationship, right? Or are we in a relationship?
In this scenario, it sounds like they're like getting to know each other. Yeah, I wouldn't say it was I don't know. I don't know a relationship would make sense to ask that. I think
So
they're just getting
what
to know
in
each
the
other.
hell is the problem with reaching out for a woman's phone number while you're on Instagram when you're getting to know somebody? Like me personally, I don't put all my, and I said this in the comment section, that I don't put all my eggs in one basket. I don't. So because once that basket falls, I got nothing left. So why not just go out and explore and try to make connections?
But I think the question was, why do we do it via IG when we already have their phone number? And
Right. So I think to answer the question, we always go back to the original point of contact. So if I met her on Instagram or social media, and that's how we originally started talking, and then we for like, let's say months, whatever, weeks go by, and I haven't heard from her, I'm probably going to reach Instagram. I might not text her right away. That's just.
Or it could be because I was on Instagram and I saw you, so I messaged you.
Yeah.
Like, what the
Right.
But again, it's
So,
like
my fault. I misunderstood the question. I'm sorry.
That's cool. And you also misunderstood that I'm still answering mine, bro. Hold on. So, like, question 4 and 5, like, these are the types of women that men can't win with. You cannot win with the woman who is so concerned about shit like this. Like, bro, I'm on Instagram, scrolling, randomly liking people's shit, not looking at whose it is, and then I see all that ass you got. Oh, I'm bad. I DM you because I saw it. Like, so I'm supposed to get off of Instagram and then text you. When y'all don't like dry ass text, let every woman tell it. So I'm DM you on Instagram because now you can see what I'm responding to. Like, who cares?
So, but the way I'm reading this actually is it sounds like this person is wondering why they would only reach out via Instagram if they have their phone number. That wouldn't make sense to me. But outside of that,
right, that makes sense.
Yeah. So okay, I understand. I understand now. So like, it's like my boy in the red hoodie said. I don't know your name, sir. But yeah, like it's another form of contact. So yeah, I got your number. I mean, I can use the number too. Like. I feel like people, I'm not gonna just say women, but people make such a big deal and make a big fuss out of the most simplest little shit out there is the reason why the dating market is so trash to me, because stuff like this, like that's gonna bother you. Like I don't understand it.
Let me play devil's advocate.
Read receipts is the reason why someone would use Instagram. That would be petty if that's the case.
Check this out. Let me play devil's advocate. Because I agree with everything the guys are saying, but like it doesn't really matter. Who cares? Communication is communication. Having said that, I just thought of like maybe an existential reason that it's possible, just possible, that maybe that man struggles with intimacy or connecting with someone on a deeper level, and speaking to them directly over the phone or directly via text on their cell phone might be too much for that man. So whereas connecting to them through Instagram, maybe they feel more comfortable that way. So that's a possibility. Again,
what?
I think it's a
He
dumb
needs to work
situation,
on that then.
but
Yeah.
1,000,000%. I agree.
He needs
But
to work on that.
I see that as a possibility. That's all I'm going to say.
And I appreciate that, because that's what the ladies are looking for. Someone said it could also be because of vanish mode. Maybe the little laugh.
Ooh,
Y'all know if you
okay.
swipe, you put it in vanish mode.
Another reason you can reach out to multiple people in a short amount of time. Whereas if you're speaking to someone over the phone, you're focused on that one individual person. That's another possible reason.
Okay. Someone else said, usually if I'm reaching out via social media, it's just in response to something she posted, and it's easier to transition into a conversation that way versus directly calling. Someone said, honestly, I don't see any men who do this. I see it with women more, but I don't know how he would know what men are doing. I'm gonna do one more. Unless I want to share something I found on IG, I may share with her in her inbox. Maybe the men who do so, it's because when she checks, then they will know. If the lady has her WhatsApp setting, for instance, set so her tick marks do not change to blue when she checks her messages. So I don't know, maybe people are pressed to know if she's gotten the message.
That question needed more context behind it, because there's so many different that could stem from.
Yeah.
These are these questions from women in your database that they asked, or is this just like random people that you
ask our
interview?
If they're on Patreon, they
can question to a person so we can know who asked this one.
I was going to ask, is it the same person from Patreon that asked the 2 Instagram questions?
Yes, she had.
I
think she had like 3 or 4 back to back, but I tried to space them out.
No comment.
He said we were running out of questions.
I'm gonna need her to spend less time on Instagram and more time in the real world.
Too funny. Okay, y'all. So I have, and Mont, if you are still watching, I saw you in the comments a second ago. Get your videos ready, because I got some videos from y'all for y'all tonight. Okay, are you ready for this one? This one is crazy but true, and I don't know if I want to share a story because I don't know if it's okay if I share it, but I might. But let me just show you the article, okay?
Hell no.
Y'all see the article?
Oh,
Okay,
man.
it
That's
says
crazy.
couple finds out it's triggering me, their brother and sister, they are, after
Like nails
dating
on the
for a year. What'd you say?
It's like nails on a chalkboard. I feel you.
Yeah, why THEY apostrophe.
Yeah,
Okay,
they
so
look alike.
I met this man 10 months ago and we fell in love instantly. Everybody was always saying how we look so much alike. I have a friend who looks like a twin to her husband. Like, I should show you her picture. And they said we could be related. We always laughed at it. 1 month ago, we decided to get a DNA test just for the fun of it. We were both excited to get the results, only to find out we were, in fact, related. Nice his face. We found out we were brother and sister. We were just shocked. Due to the fact we were already madly in love, we decided to continue our relationship.
Nope.
So my favorite comment on this post was, you could not have pried this information out of me. Like, had she been that lady, you couldn't have pried this information out of me.
Nah, because there's no
So
you're gonna go get a test unless you have some sort of.
Bro, you are blowing your sister's back out. Like, what are we talking about now?
I'm assuming they have different fathers.
I would assume they have the same father.
I would assume they have the same father if you look at that.
Or
note.
same father, different mothers. Okay.
I'm going to assume they
If
both
they came from the
left in
same
a condom.
woman, I think they would know that they were related.
Yeah.
So you
Unless
guys
they
wanna
were
hear a
like
crazy
adopted
story?
or something.
Forgive me if I'm not allowed to tell the story. My father invited a woman to come hang out. Mind you, they had not kissed, they had not done the deed. Brought her home to meet the family, and Grandpa had to confess and say, "But you can't, yeah, son, you can't deal with that one." And it came out. There was another. And I heard stories like that. People were in classrooms with their own sibling and didn't even know it, same last name. So this stuff happens, more than we want. I've had a family member, didn't know I was their family member, reach out to me on social media. I mean, on a dating app. And I was like, because I saw a picture of their sibling, and I was like, I know that person, and we connected the dots, and I was like, straight blood right here. And so, yeah, that person and I take it to the grave. Never told any other family member, but because they're mortified. But how would they know?
Like, this is the shit you take to your grave. Like this, like where, like the bodies you have, like all the hats you done collected, like all the scamming you done got away with, and this should be like in a very tiny box that you like drop in the middle of the ocean and never ever fucking bring it up again.
Can you imagine?
Besides
the grossness of it, that would be so horrible if you felt like you finally found your person and you were so compatible with them, and then because of information, not downplaying the information, but I'm saying because of information, you now have to let this person go. That I feel for them. That would suck. That would really suck.
I wouldn't feel bad. I'm not, again, bro, you blowing your sister's back out. Like, what are we talking about?
No, I'm saying you can still mourn the fact that you thought you found your person and now you haven't. You just
I'm
found
grossed
your
out that I was blowing my sister's back out. Like,
I mean, the fact that they want to keep dating is just nasty work. It's really nasty work.
The fact that they both want to keep dating means they should have been left in a condom.
Mr. Greenard says, can you imagine the reunion? She doesn't have to worry about him getting along with her family, I guess.
Or the baby shower. Their baby shower is going to be a family reunion.
Oh my!
No. Let's not go that deep. I can't. No, I can't. No, that's it. I'm tapping out. Tap out. I'm tapping out. I'm done.
Thank you for the super chat, Chavez. You were the first. Thank you. All right,
what's the next one, Yonci?
How mad I would be if, like, the best piece of vagina I had that I knew of was my sister.
No. Hey, man, stop. Just stop, bro. Just stop. We done with this one. No. Stop.
The trauma. Okay. All right. Let's go on to the next one. All right. You guys are going to love this.
Oh God, that means we're not.
As a divorce lawyer, I can tell you that women are not divorcing men because they're bored or ungrateful.
So I don't know why I always cut
70% of divorces are initiated by women. And as a divorce lawyer, I can tell you that women are not divorcing men because they're bored or ungrateful. They're divorcing because they're tired of doing everything. In marriages where both partners are college educated, that number actually jumps to 90%. But why? What is making these women walk away in such high numbers? Well, the answer is simple. Women are expected to work like they have no children and parent like they have no job. They're expected to be the emotional support system, the household manager, the one who remembers birthdays, doctor's appointments, and what shoe size the children wear. Meanwhile, many men still believe that just providing a paycheck is enough, but it's not. Women are not leaving because they hate marriage. They're leaving because they're exhausted. They're tired of doing all the invisible labor that no one acknowledges. They're tired of being expected to handle everything while their husband thinks he's helping when he loads the dishwasher once a week. Most women do not leave for another man. They leave for themselves. They leave because they refuse to live another decade feeling like a single mother while being married.
I'm sorry. I was too shook.
I don't like her tone.
Yeah,
Yeah, she sounds like she wants to attack all of us.
Only thing wrong with what she said was the women that I've represented, which is a very, very small, the number is so small, it's like infinitesimally small as the sample size of women. So all she can do is speak about the women she's represented. So who cares what those women have done? Because at the same time, they're still getting divorced. So if you get divorced because you do too much around the house and your man's not, I mean, you're really like literally leaving because he wasn't helping.
Let's just say she's right though. Let's just say it is a majority.
Imagine.
What if
we can't pretend like she's right, Greg, because she's not.
I want to challenge that because she was given the national statistics.
She wasn't.
She said
Yeah,
70,
right.
and this is known.
That's
70%
the thing, though, right? Go cite that, because if you went and look for it yourself, that like for National Census Bureau, it's 84% of women file for divorce. It's 84. And like those, these numbers you can go verify. So like she's just saying shit, but the numbers she gave aren't on that website. They're not reflected to be that. So maybe she's talking about her.
Let's use that number. Let's use your number. Let's use 84, which is in the middle of the 70 and 90. But let's use your 84. Even then, if 84% of women are filing for divorce and she's giving potential reasons as to why, I don't understand why we're only focusing on the fact that you said that she mentioned only her clients. If she's giving a national average, that doesn't make sense.
That's my point, is that she can't be talking about the national average because she hasn't dealt with all of those women. So the only women's divorces she has intimate details on are the ones that she's represented as an attorney. So she can talk about those women in great detail. She's a subject matter expert, because those women, when women get with a divorce attorney, they trauma bond at first, and then the divorce attorney hits them with you like the retainer, and then they start going with their best friends now while the divorce is going through. But she can only speak to the women that she's dealt with.
Okay. I bet there has to be some sort of survey somewhere that shows what the majority of the doesn't make. What was that?
That doesn't make her wrong though.
How does it not? You can't speak about something you don't know about, and when you do, you're wrong.
She's
talking about the women who came to her.
Right.
Exactly. So of those women, she's spot on. But to speak to
let's have a chat about the scenario she's talking about. What's that?
They say that's 84%, like majority of women, based off the statistics given, say 84% of women getting want to file divorce. They go straight to, this is the reason why I think she's dead wrong, as far as just the majority. That's 84% of women that's filing for divorce for that reason. Like I don't know how she comes up with that conclusion at all.
I agree with the statistic. I agree with the reason. I think the reason is way deeper than that. I think it goes back to people just married for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, I think there's 1,000 more reasons why people get divorced.
Yeah, you can look up the reasons, like the reasons for divorce: infidelity, money troubles, and a blanket irreconcilable differences are the top 3.
Okay.
I mean, it's like, the thing is, right? I hate when people who are, so-called professionals get on platforms and then speak to things that it's like they use the fact that, well, I'm a divorce attorney, I should know these things, and you guys are going to automatically eat this shit up because I'm a divorce attorney, and just because I said it, that makes it right, when you could just go do your own due diligence and see that's not the case. And then also for these specific numbers, like these talking points have been out for so long, the websites with all the information is still out there ready available, that like if you just automatically or inherently just listen to people and take whatever number they say, to me, that's a very sheepish thing to do, because you can't sit here and tell me that this is the case and then me not go and look at it for myself. Because
so let's ask this question, Willie. What percentage of women would agree with her?
The same percentage of women who would agree that men should, just because a man pays all the bills, shouldn't do the work. Women are going to agree with women that they can identify with. It's a hive-minded mentality when it comes to women.
Does that make it still true? Does that make it true or false?
No, because look at it this way. To your point, how many women will say that a man should pay all the bills and do all the other stuff because they like it? Not because, or they say, well, how many women want to go get married because they want someone to alleviate a burden from them? The burden of them being like, they don't want to be married to be a wife. They just want to be married so they don't have to be an adult anymore. They'll get married for a lifestyle. How many men would agree with that?
Absolutely, I agree with that.
Wait.
So
How are men supposed to answer the question of why women would get married? That doesn't make sense.
Because we're the ones proposing to them. And then
No.
if you look at the divorce rates, you can see, okay, well, hell, women.
Nah, Willie.
Women,
I respectfully disagree with you, Willie.
Because of what?
Well, it doesn't make sense. I can't tell what percentage of women would get married just to remove the responsibility of being an adult, as you had mentioned. I can't even understand how any man would be able to make that sort of calculation or determination.
I'm not putting a number on it at all, but I am saying that
it's an underlying factor. It's an underlying factor.
A lot of women want to get married because of the fact that it's a burden. That's what a lot of women date for help. Like that's the crazy.
Okay.
Okay, but let's take that aside. Let's take that aside, Willie, because I feel like we can always argue an outlier. We can always argue a segment. We can always argue that, and which takes away from the ones that are actually being talked about. So there are, it's shocking to know this, there are some men who do not act well in marriage. There are some men who get in it and feel like, I crossed the finish line. I got my wife. Now we can move on with life. Not realizing the woman still wants to be romanced. She still wants to feel that love. She wants to feel like he can help out. There's a whole thing on social media where it talks about if a guy does something, it's considered helping his wife, as opposed to you're a part of the household. You saw that the floor needed vacuuming, you vacuumed. Your kid needed to be picked up, you pick him up. Like, yes, you might have someone that it does primarily something, but the reality is this isn't like mathematics where you can just put a line here and a number here. This is messy. It's different. You don't know what, like, I'm trying to give it I don't want to be so vague. Let's say, for example, the guy is the primary breadwinner, but the woman does a job, let's say like me. I could be on YouTube and I'm working, let's say if we started the show earlier and it was during dinner hours. Should that guy be like, oh, I'm not going to make anything because, hot because she has this thing? Like sometimes there's going to be ebbs and flows. Hey, on the night that you're doing this, I'll make sure I get something for the kids. Even if it's just driving around the corner and picking something up from, a restaurant or whatever. There are some men who just feel like once I clock out from my job, don't talk to me. Don't ask me for nothing. That's on you. She could be dead asleep and he's going to send the baby upstairs. Go ask your mom. There have been women who were sicker than a dog. And the dad still
the majority of men will do that? Because if not, then why are we talking about it?
I can't. That's the thing. I'm not going to speak to the majority because that's not information that we have. We're talking about the women who get so fed up to the point that they get divorced. And that's why I was talking about before. There are stories that get so popular because they're so wild. That woman who says, I got bored and I left. For most women, there is a stigma when you get divorced. For most women, not the party girl who just belongs to the streets. For most women, there is a stigma because there's this big achievement in getting married. So to get divorced, it's traumatizing. Her income is going to be cut considerably. Now they have to have 2 households to pay for. It's not this party that this narrative makes it out to be, which is so irritating.
Women are incentivized to get divorced.
You always say that, and I've still made my argument.
We've had this conversation before. I think we spoke on it previously, but I think having a marriage with somebody has to be more than just we're in love and we're paying bills. Like there has to be a sense of purpose to what we're doing with the marriage. Like there has to, like, what's the desired outcome? Like what are we doing? Like what are we doing? Like are we trying to do generational wealth? Or are we trying to retire? Like what is the intending goal of why we're getting married? If you can lock that in, that'll solve most divorces. The reason why most women leave because they don't have a sense of purpose in the marriage. So they create their own purpose, which is, seeking, outside, attention or fun, or, that's why they say they get bored in most marriages, because it's not that the relationship is necessarily boring, but there's missing a sense of excitement in their life.
It would be interesting to actually interview both the ex-husband and the ex-wife and see why they walked away. I know in my marriage, I really wanted to experience love. I wanted to experience romantic love. I wanted to experience married life. And my relationship was bad right before we got married. So I never got to experience the honeymoon stage. Never. And granted, I did things that irritated the mess out of him because I was so immature. We had a 14-year age difference. So he was much more mature than I realized I wasn't. But I left because I realized I can't unring this bell. There's nothing I can do on the face of this earth that will wipe the slate clean. And if you've ever felt like it's like someone filing bankruptcy, you're so deep in the hole. You're like, I'm never, ever, ever going to be able to even remotely get to zero, let alone amass enough to survive. That's how I was. So once I realized he was never, ever, ever going to be able to love me because he was too traumatized, he was too, whatever the case, I'm taking responsibility for my part. I said, I want a shot at love. So for me, it was mentally draining. It was starting to take a toll on my health because I'm wired for love and I'm wired for family. And so being rejected on a daily basis for 12 years, that'll break you down.
Yeah. Let's go back to that. I want to even go back further and ask the question, well, when there was less divorces, what was going on? Like why were more people staying together, back in,
I think there was
70s and the
I think
80s?
there was more financial dependence, and I think there was more shame. So society,
no social media.
But
I'm gonna go back to my answer. I still think there was a purpose. Like the woman stayed home. She take care of the house. She made sure the home was taken care of. The kids were taken care of. The man left out, went to work, made money, and that's what they did. That was the purpose of marriage, or people coming together.
Greg, a lot of women say that they didn't have the means to support themselves. A lot of women were not getting
being taken care of, though.
What's that?
They were being taken care of. Like that
No,
time.
But you asked why weren't they getting divorces? A lot of women talked about how if they had other means to support themselves, they would have left. Because they talked about being in abusive relationships. There were a lot of really gnarly things, a couple decades ago, men having whole other families and all kind of stuff, but the women stayed because they didn't have a way to really provide for themselves. So I don't necessarily.
Or maybe they just believed in the marriage. Like you take these vows, and I'm not big on church and God and all that nonsense, but when you get married, and I've been there and I've been divorced, but some of the vows that you say are until death do us part. Not until you get on my nerves, not till we have this argument, not till you have a side baby. It's till death do us part. And I think maybe it's been a generational shift, because it seems like more back in the day, they honored those vows, regardless of what happened in the marriage. They stayed together.
Yeah,
So
I think
Yonci,
that's
if I
part
ask,
of it.
can I ask a question?
Yes, of course.
So did you feel like you were incentivized when you got your divorce?
No, that definitely would not be the word that I would use. I actually was terrified to get a divorce. I actually was, I don't want to say on, I thought about not existing anymore. And it wasn't until my father said, I'd rather get the call that my daughter got a divorce than to identify her body. Those were his exact words. Because for me, that was worse than death. Divorce was worse than death because of my faith, my community. It's very shameful. I was like, I don't want to have another woman raising my kid, being around my kids. I don't know if I bring a man into my life, he's going to do something to my daughter. I don't even know if I can get remarried. I had zero incentive to get divorced. So that, I guess that's why I'm triggered when I hear women are incentivized. Like there was no positive for me for a divorce other than there's a possibility that I could find someone eventually who would love me, and I was able to be seen
Did
that
you
way.
get alimony?
Wait, to be clear, when I say incentivize the divorce, I'm talking about child support and alimony,
Right.
asset division, custody
Mhm.
favorability,
Right.
no fault divorce laws, and then that social like support that a woman gets when she gets divorced that men don't experience. Those are the incentives for it. And if you look at marriage like it's a business deal, for a lot of men, it doesn't make sense to get married or to enter into a business contract where the other party is incentivized to screw them over. And so that's
I
what I'm
agree.
talking about when I say incentivized. And then like those 5 things are just irrefutable.
Mhm.
Like
And
there's
ultimately,
no.
that's what a marriage is. It's a business contract.
Yeah,
Well,
and another thing to point out, just really quickly, is
yeah.
I think you mentioned your name's Greg, that you asked why weren't divorces as common in the past as they were now, and Yancy touched on the fact that like women didn't have the resources. Keep in mind, women weren't allowed to get their own bank account until like 1970. So they didn't have the tools or resources that they do now. They didn't have that same level. It's almost like they were, I don't want to say powerless, but they didn't have those resources. I'll just phrase it that way. So that has to be factored as well. Um, so yeah, just want to touch on that.
So
But
I
Yancy,
guess
you're gonna make a point.
The playing
I
field
guess
wasn't as level as it is now
Definitely not.
between men and women.
and I think I've heard Yancy say this before. People are as loyal as their options. People now have a sense of not even just options as far as dating, but like just options in general, like career change. They can live anywhere they want. There's so many that people have so much access to everything now. And everything's at their disposal in their hands, to where divorce is so like it's not even like it's just it's like it's not even looked at as like a thing anymore. I guess Yonci's experience was different, but I feel like a lot of people just look at it as just like breaking up almost. Like they just take it as the
Mhm.
same, like that same level of energy and emotion that comes with just breaking up with somebody.
And it's hard for me, like I would even say it's almost triggering this conversation because of the fact that it is so sacred to my circle. And I know, Willie, you will say, well, you're just an enigma and your people are all unicorns. It is hard when that is your reality. So it's like kind of like a Black person who says, I'm experiencing racism. And then you have a person who's never been in a Black person's shoes and they're like, that's just in your imagination. It's very real to the person experiencing it. So to us, marriage was this holy grail. Marriage was this, it was everything. It was sacred. There was so much when I tell you, I literally was so embarrassed to walk around having my children and no ring on my finger. Like there was horrible shame for me. And so it's like I could just say that was not my experience. That's not my family's experience. It probably sounds off-putting for me to say I would have been married 20 years this year. Like, and I don't want to sound offensive to my fiance, but like that meant something to me to say I had 20 years under my belt, 30 years under my belt. Like my parents are still married. Like that means something in my family. So the idea that someone could be taking this lightly, oh, I got bored, or oh, I want to cash in. Like I went from like living a cushy, comfortable life, escalate to homelessness, actual homelessness. So there was nothing cute about my situation. Like I said, I'm a little triggered by this topic, but my story is only my story, and my circle is only my circle. Not everybody apparently values marriage. So
I'm trying to, before you move on to the topic, I had to step away for a second. I'm wondering, is it not they're incentivized and they just want to leave? I'm wondering if women get divorced more because
they're not penalized. That's how I would say it. They're not penalized.
They're getting divorced because they can. Does that make sense? What I'm saying?
No, I agree with you. They're not afraid to. That's why I said I have a problem with the word incentivize. I believe that more men would do it if they weren't penalized. So it's like the flip side of what's being said. If women are being incentivized to leave, men are being incentivized to stay. And so my thing is always triggering is looking at it as an integrity thing. And I feel like so many guys look at that number and go, yeah, we don't leave. If you had no repercussions, do you know how many dudes would bounce if men didn't feel like their kids would be taken away, how fast they'd bounce? If they were in a woman's situation and they felt like, hey, my person would pay me alimony and all that stuff, they would not be, it wouldn't be loyalty. Most men, it's cheaper, not I love her so much.
You know what's crazy? The double-edged sword of this conversation is that hearing this information is really what intimidates men from wanting to get married.
What about this conversation specifically?
Just the reasons why women leave.
We grew apart. He wasn't satisfying me. I wasn't happy. All those things that women say that the reasons why they get divorced.
And it's not to say that they're not valid, but it's still like, I think a lot of things can be worked. You can work through a lot of things.
Yes.
And people don't try anymore like they used
to. But this is what I was saying, Greg.
And I agree with. I'm sorry. Is it Kenny? Is it
let me see.
In the middle.
Oh, sorry. I was trying to take it off.
Jacob, right? Jacob was saying it's easy to just opt out. Like there's a way. Like they have a plan B. There's always a plan B, and knowing that you have a plan B makes it easier to just say, okay, I can throw in the towel and move on to something else. Like that's what I think personally. That's why it's so easy for women to opt for that decision as opposed to no, I'm going to stick it out.
So I'm going to say that
before they had to stick it out because of they didn't have a choice. It was like it was either I stick this out or I go out there in the world and try to figure out how to live on my own, which I haven't done in forever. I've never done.
Yeah. Just like we were saying earlier, it was about you were saying that this question, well, all the men on the panel are emotionally mature, so we wouldn't even be in this situation. The same thing can be said for the guys whose wives are divorcing them. The women that I see, the women that I interact, the ones who I love like a sister, have cried their eyes out, begged men to go to counseling, have taken classes, have done so many things to try to get it fixed. But the men are just compartmentalized, whatever the reasons are. From my vantage point, I have seen women trying, and it takes a woman being so fed up to say this can never ever happen. He's never going to stop cheating, or he's never going to whatever, stop abusing me or whatever. There are a lot of women who beg and plead. So I would say, and the reason why I'm saying this,
I agree. I think a lot of women experiences are valid as far as the reasons why they are going for a divorce or leaving a relationship. Obviously, if things are abusive, if controlling or being manipulated or taken advantage of in any situation, obviously that's a reason to leave.
But the reason why I said it in response to what you were saying is I don't think that you have anything to fear if you're the type of guy who's not dismissive. Even if your girl or your wife says, Greg, this is a concern, and you don't think it's a concern, just you listening and hearing her out will go really, really far. So I think the only men who should be afraid are men who don't care. Because a woman will speak to you, she will tell you what she needs, she will cry. When she feels like you don't listen, that's when she shuts down. When she shuts down, be afraid. Because at that point,
I wish I could
I
invite
think
women
I think
to this conversation.
before it even gets to that point, I think most men can deal with the, having the hard conversations, listening. It's to the point where it's unfixable, and then now you're dealing with a monster. Like now the person's completely against you, she's coming after everything that you have. I think I was speaking more on that part of the experience, as opposed to because those conversations usually happen before you have a divorce. Like the divorce is way later on in the process, so you have those hard conversations, and but go ahead. I'm sorry.
See that, like, when they're getting rid of no fault divorces, and they're getting rid of indefinite alimony. You see which women are which people are complaining about that, and it's not men.
well, alrighty then. Sounds
But
like
I'm all for marriage, though. I think most men are for marriage. I think most.
I'm excited for marriage.
Are for marriage.
I would do
I
it
feel like
again, but
marriage
I wouldn't call myself excited.
Yeah, I'm not excited for it. But then again, I don't really have anyone to be excited to marry anyway.
Right.
So,
I think that's what it is.
And
That's
that fixes it.
that's the whole point. You got to have somebody that you like. Yo, I'm ready to settle to do this.
Yeah, I'm super excited. Like I feel like marriage is just so cozy. It's almost like an adoption. You have a kid who's just a foster kid, and then he gets adopted. Like it's like
I will be excited if some of them women in your database responds to DMs, but that's a whole nother subject.
now you see spaces be cracking me up.
Mm-hmm. Next time I'm gonna call some girls out.
So here's the thing. This is a conversation the two we had, but I don't know if we want to have it. So
you didn't put it out there now. Let's go. Come on.
I was gonna say I'm gonna let the guy start. Any advice to a guy who is not getting the response percentages that he wants?
Move on.
What does that mean?
You're not good enough. You're not what they
want. If we're not getting the responses, then I'm not gonna wait for you. I'm not gonna chase. So we just gonna get next caller. Simple as that.
There you go.
Then why complain about it?
Yeah, like take that shit. I think guys should
it's not really a complaint. It's reality, because I hear so many men, not get messages or not even get responses and whatnot. But at the same time, like it also feels like women are entitled that, oh, I'm getting all this attention, like I'm not even going pay no mind. And we don't know that. But at the same time, like we are low key expecting for responses that, or even if it's responsive, I'm not interested, you can move on to someone else. Like, and I know that they're not entitled to do that. I get that. Okay. But at the same time, like it would be helpful to realize that, okay, like no responsive response, but at the same time, like you want to be able to, get that clarity.
So one of the something. I get told that I'm heavy-handed with men a lot, but
pause.
I don't care. Yeah, like you don't have to pause. Heavy-handed is typically when you hit someone, so I don't think that's a pause-worthy moment. But either way, a lot of men they have the same sense of entitlement that women seem to have about like being like owed a response or being owed something. And then another thing that I'm noticing is that a lot of men pretend like or have lied to themselves to think that they're like really him, like they're a guy that a woman actually should be responding to, because the proof is in your results. So if you're shooting at 10 girls and only 1.5 of them responds to you, you're not that guy. And it's just
But isn't that confidence though? What if we're just that confident to employ
delusion.
that?
It's delusion because it's got to be in you and not on you. And a lot of men think that because they talk to 10 girls like that, that woman owes them a response. The same way like a woman thinks that, oh, well, if you want to get to know me, it should cost you money. Like that is some of the most feminine shit to me, is that when a guy talks to a girl and gets offended because she doesn't respond to him or he doesn't get what he wants from her, that is like tantamount to being a child. Because just because you don't get what you want from a woman, like no disrespect to the guys who are like this, but that's how you know, like without a shadow of a doubt, that there wasn't a strong father figure in your life growing up. Because there's no way that you would be so pussified as a man now to think that, oh, well, if I don't talk to a woman, or even if she doesn't like me, she should be able to tell me she doesn't like me. That woman don't know you. She doesn't owe you anything. I promise you, there is not a stranger on earth that owes you anything, like nothing. That woman is a stranger to you. You saw her, you want to smash. That's what the goal is. So we're not even going to pretend like we're looking for relationships. The very first thing that makes you DM someone is physical attraction. So you hit her up, and guess what happens? She saw you and wasn't physically attracted to you. So she didn't respond to you because you're not him. And if men were more realistic about who they were and where they fall in their pecking order, we wouldn't have these conversations. Like people got to realize, only 40% of men throughout history reproduce. Like that should tell you that 60% of men just aren't fit for it. And I'm 100% in support of that, because the men who can't reproduce, who can't go out there and get women, all you're going to do is have sons or daughters. We'll just say sons for now, that are going to be just as soft as their fathers are. And I hate that. Like it's a vehement this. It's almost disgusting when we see men like women. Or just, oh, if she didn't respond to me, so that's not fair. Like that's crazy to me.
So you ignore DMs that women send to you if you get if women send you DMs?
I will screenshot you my inbox now. Like, and I think what Yonci can tell you. But that's the difference though, bro. Like where I am in life, I don't have that problem. If I shoot at someone, she gets hit. But I've put in the work to become that person. But then I've also, before I was even in the position I am, I was raised to be that person. I've never in my life gave a damn about a woman not responding to me or telling me no. Like being told no has never been an issue for me. And it seems like too many men get caught up in being told no by women that they don't know, that they haven't met, and they haven't earned. Like you want credit for some work you haven't done yet, man. That is wild to me.
Like, well, Willie, would you agree?
Like the work is in DMing her, is shooting the shot.
I was gonna say, like, there's a level of confidence that you gotta have no matter what. I don't think it has
because you can pass by hundreds of women and don't say shit to them and don't even work to get their attention.
Great. So I'll answer your question first, and then I'm gonna answer Jazz's question first, and I'm gonna answer yours. The work is not getting the DM. The work is being the guy that she wants. Like if you look at my type, it says argue your type's type. The type of women that you want, if you're not getting them, you're not their type. That goes for women too. Women say, "Oh,
how do you know that if you don't know them from a can of paint?"
That's what I'm saying, because
I can tell you how. I can tell you how you can know you're their type. Do you know that if you ask 100 women what their type is, the type of man they want, there's going to be 80% of those things are going to be the same. There'll be a little variation for like 20%. Like some girls, some guys want a girl that's real tall, or some women want a man that's real tall. Some women want, whatever. But the majority of the stuff that women want, a man that you can go be. So let's talk about those. We'll say the 80%.
Majority of them say they don't have a type. Let's be real.
No, that's not for real at all. If you ask women what their type is,
yes, it is for real. I go on a bunch of dates and I ask them what's their type, and they say, "Oh, I don't have a type."
Yeah, well,
and then they'll go on to the nuance.
So right,
but that's the main basis of their answer is that I don't have a type.
And they'll show you that they have a type because you ask them what they're looking for. So the smart question to ask, like the question for like conversationalists that they know, is say, "Hey, so what do you look for in a man? Not what your type is." Because when you ask them what she looks for in a man, she'll tell you what her type is.
Willie, let me add this really quick. There are some people I know I can drop in the group and the guys are gonna go crazy. There are other people that I drop in and you kind of start to see patterns. You're like, this one might not get a lot of attention. There's a reason why there's a marketplace value. That's all I'm gonna say. Like it's a
So
real
can I,
thing.
can I respond to really?
I just wanted to say good evening to Cam, who came. We haven't seen him in a
Shout
while.
out to Cam.
Oh yeah, Cam been
Been a
on
minute.
government
Welcome back.
subsidized penis.
Let's continue.
Good job, Cam.
Can I respond to?
I'm in the middle of getting contracts. Come on, Rachel.
He's for the podcast.
He's in the podcast streets. Cam is. And Cam, that beard looking mighty full, bro. We know what you've been doing.
Yeah.
Listen, I've been out here travailing with lost souls and other
Travailing. I like that word.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Greg. Go ahead, Greg. I'm gonna
Nah, I was just gonna.
How did she like the travailing? Look,
I still think there's a level of confidence that comes with a woman's type. So that's why you have a scenario where a woman will have a certain type, like she's with a corporate man who wears a tie, goes to work every day, is clean cut, and then will cheat on him with Pookie, who's from around the way, got 6-pack, he work out, that's not necessarily her type, but he's bringing the confidence, he has the energy. So
he got bridges.
Right.
Oh, no, that's her type physically, for sure. So again, she got with the corporate dude because he has money and he's safe. But now when
women don't go for the physical?
What?
So women don't go for the physical?
Of course
right.
they do.
So that's my point.
Okay, then. So that negates your point right there.
It doesn't negate
No,
my
it
point.
validates his point.
It validates my point, if anything. Like the fact that you thought that negates my point tells me that one, you think the work is actually just having the confidence to do something. The work is being worth doing something and worth a woman coming to, which isn't hard. All you have to do is have your shit together. Be able to talk to women, not be weird when you get around them, not be as feminine as they are, and then have some confidence about yourself. But just because you want to do the same thing over and over, that doesn't make you have confidence. It makes you repetitious. Like shooting your shot at women that you know as a man, like you can't hit, you don't qualify for it. As a man, that's not what we should do. We let women do that because if anything, men, we date across. Women want to date up, so we'll date across and down. Women want to date up. Period. So for you to say, okay, well, I shot my shot at 40 women and only 1.5 of them, something must be wrong with the other 38.5. That is crazy to me.
Can I? Okay, and so going back.
No, it shows that I got the confidence to if they can get back to me, then they're gonna know that we're gonna have a good conversation and we can start establishing connection.
Bro, Lizzo is confident, but she still shouldn't be out here half-ass naked.
Wait a minute. How Lizzo get here?
Lizzo just
I
walks
mean,
around the way and she
Lizzo,
looks great.
I'm
Shout out
okay
to
with Lizzo. To me, she can show off whatever she wants. I don't, don't bother me.
Well,
But
again,
can I ask a question? We keep on talking about type. When at the end
So
of the
you're
day,
saying chicks like Rihanna should be the only ones to show off, or J-Lo should be the only ones that show off their booty?
No.
we're not. I was trying to go take the conversation to type.
And the only men who should think that women owe them a response are the men that women actually want. So that is exactly what I'm saying. So if you're not getting the responses you want from women, you're not him. And it's nothing wrong with that. You're just not him for the women you want. Date the Lizzos. Lizzos are gonna respond. Like they're gonna respond to you.
They're typically they're not, but okay.
Well, okay, well, cool. Well, then even if you got to go lower, date like the non-melanated Lizzos. Like
what's lower than Lizzo? Hold on, I didn't take that.
So
back.
first of all,
women are going to respond to the men that they want to respond to. That's the bottom line.
Exactly. Okay, you got to be that guy, and if you're not, it's your fault. No one else's.
Can we shift the paradigm?
Also, some women are so delusional in the fact that they're gonna message them based on what the hardware looks like and not even look at the software.
Sorry, I missed the gentleman that said this, but yes, please shift the paradigm. Yes. Please.
So the paradigm.
No, you see, I love that you're on this panel.
So
welcome back.
Always, and I appreciate you for having me on the platform. So when I say shift the paradigm, is half the people that were these young women that we're talking about, they think that they have a type.
My thing is that I'm not complaining about the not getting responses. It's the fact that I see it all the time is that you're shooting in the wind, and when you're confident enough that you are expected for her to respond and she doesn't, it takes a little hit. But the ones that can take the punches, can take the hits, they just take it and move on. A lot of dudes can't. They can't handle it.
But the thing is that you have to take a side, because this started out by saying, I feel like they should respond. And yes, that would be nice if a person rejected all the messages that they got. I know for me, when I was single, I did not respond. I used to, and then I stopped responding because there were so many negative situations, or it would give the guy hope. Not this is all guys. It would give some guys hope that you responded, and they feel like, oh, I could try to like talk my way in. So it just got easier to just not respond and let my silence be my answer. And so it does suck, but it ends up being effective, and it's not time consuming to have to be no. And then especially if it's like a message request, now it opens up your DMs to that person. They can message you multiple times. There's no benefit on the woman's side to saying, hey, I'm interested. Not to mention the fact that that's awkward for a woman. So it's like, at least if we just don't respond at all, it's obvious that we're not interested, and we don't have to go through this awkward dance. That being said, you talk about awkward, the women who do a singles feature and don't get a single DM after that in a page for 1,000 men, now that's awkward. That takes some balls. And they say, I'm so nervous.
Now they know how the majority of men feel when they do a feature and no women DMs them.
I'm not trying to get empathy for her. What I'm saying is, it's on both sides. There is a level of awkwardness, and you will get humbled immediately when you start to put yourself out there. You either will get confirmation that you're the hot girl that everyone wants, or you're the hot guy everyone wants, or you will get humbled. And so my pushback is on the other person for having any responsibility for dealing with our expectations.
I think just like in any situation, you have to go into it expecting to hear more no's and yeses.
I want to hear what Cam has to say.
Like when you're going to,
I think the other brother got cut off though.
Cam got cut off.
I think we needed to hear what he was going to say.
When you go into any dating situation, you got to be prepared to hear some rejection. Like, you're going to get some rejection. That just goes with dating, period. The idea, obviously, if you're more attractive, you have more of an edge. So your advantage is to try to make yourself more attractive, so it enhances, your return. So if you're going to date
by doing what?
Time out, Cam. Go ahead, because Cam ain't gonna come back for another 3 months. So we gotta get room on Cam. It'll be 3 months before he comes back. It'll be spring.
No, I just come to add value where I feel like I can add. So thank
you for your service.
Appreciate it. So how you go, all yeses and nos are conditional. So I'm gonna say that again. All yeses and nos are conditional. So the girl saying no to you, she would very easily, let's look at Rick Ross. Rick Ross is not an attractive man, but at the same time, when he got wealth and he shows charisma and he shows confidence, he pulls women that he wouldn't normally pull if he didn't have those other elements and attributes. So if you keep on, I've talked to some gorgeous women, and you know what it's off of? It's off of my confidence and my charisma, because at the end of the day, this whole type thing, it's a very shallow veneer.
Quick question.
Entry point.
Quick question.
Quick
question. When you say talk to them, did you penetrate them also? The ones that you're talking about.
This is the thing. I reject more than I receive. So no, they've asked and they've offered it on the platter, but a lot of times there's a higher moral value.
Yeah, no, I'm just talking about for the particular women that you said that you talked to or whatever.
You service the undercarriage.
Was that
a few of them I have, because I felt.
Is it me or okay. I can't hear him? I can't hear Cam.
Oh, sorry.
I can hear him.
I can hear him.
A few of them. Can you hear me now?
I can't hear him.
I was only asking that because that's kind of the only way that we can validate if they were actually into you and not just being nice. Is if you.
Oh no! I don't, yeah, I get blocked afterwards when I make them mad. Yeah, so
that's all. That's all I want to know.
Yeah, no, I got you. No, so no. A lot of times, about going back to that point. Hopefully, you can hear me now, sir. I think it's Mr. Torres. I can barely speak. Is that when you have the charisma, the confidence, and you can trigger those things that interest them, then that's why I really never worry about types, because I've looked at a lot of the history of the young ladies that I've interacted with or engaged with, and a lot of times they'll look different in certain capacities because at that point in their life something else intrigued them. So instead of getting into the type thing, it's more so like having the basic principles and elements that would show that you're a good leader, or that you can intrigue them, you can engage them, that you can provide, that you can protect. Those kind of things are the things that really will get you the engagement that you want. So it may not happen the first time or the second time, but like I've like talked or interacted or engaged with women, and then they're like, oh snaps, he's actually really cool, or he's funny, or he's this, or he's that. So it's not always just it's not just a, oh no, she's not talking to me. Like I said, they have literally hundreds of guys in their DMs and stuff like that. But like I said, persistence, charisma, confidence, those things always happen. And there's millions of women out here, beautiful. This one may not work, but like I said, it's a numbers
But
game.
where is the fine line between persistence and now you're being you're chasing and being annoying? Like where does that fine line draw?
That fine line falls on like when it's someone like if Mont gives someone a compliment at work, it's welcomed. If another person gives it a sexual harassment, that's where that line is.
Now I'm gonna give you a more. Yeah, it's true. It's true, but I'll say this: it's also at the point of, if I've engaged with you 2 or 3 times meaningfully, like it's been very whatever, and you don't engage with me, then I'll just kind of back off and I'll just leave it at that. Usually about 2 or 3 times, and then I'll leave it alone.
I think we use that term type like so loosely. Like,
yeah,
you can catch a woman at the right time, and you may not essentially be her type, but if you catch her at the right time, she'll definitely might give you, you know what I mean, she might give you some play. So you can't make it so cookie cutter, like as to like this is, you know, everyone has like a cookie cutter type. Like I don't like.
Do you really want to catching a woman out of a bad relationship that just wants some like?
I'm just replacing the word type with, you know, you can't use that word.
That's the thing, bro. Everybody has a type. Women say they don't because they don't want to seem shallow. They don't want to admit that. Okay, yeah, I want the guy. I want the big sexy flexy dude with the muscles, the tattoos.
Have you ever
my
heard?
exes look totally different. They look.
Have you ever heard a woman say, you know, you're usually not my type? Have you ever?
Hell no, that's disrespectful as shit. Hell no. What?
Women say
So
that.
as the resident woman on the panel, I want to answer a question Mr. Torres asked, or speak to something you're talking about. I see guys who shot for the ladies in the singles feature. A lot of them will reach out to me and say, hey, I didn't get a responses back. First thing I do, go to their page. A lot of their pages are more horrifying than a haunted house on Halloween. Horrifying. And they, you know, guys are so opinionated about what women should do. Hey, make your page public and make sure you smile in your pictures. And it is as though they don't realize women have eyeballs too. So women want to see what you look like. So some men have nothing but avatars and memes, and you scroll until 1984 to see a photo from 1982. So put your picture up, smile like you're not posing for other men. You know, it's okay to smile. That doesn't mean that there's something wrong with you. Women find that attractive. If you seem angry and bitter in your captions, women pay attention to that. He seems like an angry, bitter, red pill type of guy. They pay attention to that. Another thing is there are some men who are not ugly, but my God, do not know how to post a photo. I've seen guys shoot up their nostril, like the angle of the phone is shooting up their nostril and an actual booger, big old booger. And I'm like, you took the photo, uploaded the photo, and I'm sure you've gone scrolled through. Like, how did you not notice this? So I say this. If you have, to all men, if you have any female friends, they will love this assignment. Say, hey, look, I was tasked with getting 4 decent photos. These women will have you in the light. They will know what a golden hour is, more than likely. They will know what angle looks good on you. They will help you get an outfit that looks good. Some of these pages, I look at these pages, this man is never going to see a naked body ever in his life. It
Wow.
it's the truth, but you can't make men get page review. It's been months since you had to wave that flag.
He said,
That was
naked
disrespectful.
body.
It's crazy. It's crazy that the
Don't be ugly. Don't tell me nothing like that. Just say I'm ugly. Don't say I ain't gonna
Never see a
it's
naked
crazy
body.
to think that the topic around dating is based around like
But
profiles
you,
and pictures and like I just miss the actual encounter of like walking up and talking to a woman. Like that to me is just
I'm so glad you said that.
way better than any social media platform, any dating app. I prefer that over everything.
Greg, you could not have set this up better.
Oh Lord.
Well, I like social media better.
Yeah, I disagree.
men don't take their profile as
Understand
serious
the
as women, though.
exhilaration of it working.
But I get what you're
Like,
saying.
just the
Yonci.
whole
yeah,
process
and you're
of it
absolutely right.
when we were younger. When you didn't have cell phones. I'm talking about back in the time where you had to be like, hey, Miss,
Look, this is perfect. He didn't even know I was gonna put this up.
I wish that whatever percentage of men have never hollered at a girl could understand the exhilaration of it working. Like just the whole process of it when we were younger. When you didn't have cell phones. I'm talking about back at the time where you had to be like, hey, Miss Williams, may I speak to Charlene, please? And she was like, hey, how you doing? I'm doing fine, ma'am. How are you? Hold on. Charlene! You know what I'm saying? Like that time was different. Me sitting around with y'all being like, yeah, y'all, so I'm gonna holler at the one green. Like, Chan, which one you like? Fred, which, you know what I'm saying? So first we had to dig out which ones we like, because maybe we like the same one. Or if the entire group of them was good looking, now you just gotta send the one who could break the ice. So it might be you, but like, Chan, you just go say what's up, then we all gonna come over there. But we ain't gonna really choose none. Whichever one choose us, that's how we rocking, right? Like
that's a life skill.
And so then when you walk over and you come back and you like, I got them digits. She either wrote it on your hand or she wrote it on a piece of paper. That was it. Like, and you know how many times I sat in the mirror and said, hey, I'm RC. Hey, nice to meet you before I went to the dance. I practiced that jump because I wanted to know how she was gonna see my face when I told her this, right? And of course, women want that, right? Because for them, it feels good to be wanted in person. Yep. The dudes who are under 25 who don't want to do it, they're stupid because it'll actually put you ahead of the game because everybody got a dating app now. Now, here's the other piece of it of why dudes don't like to do it and women want it. Men don't handle rejection well. We had to handle it because that was the only life we knew, right? Like I had an ugly homeboy, he'd shoot at 10s all the time because he said the worst they could say is no, which is true. He taught me. Like women understand that like it's gonna be obstacles to finding love and adversity to find love. And they really want love. Men are so damn stupid. We're just like, if I gotta get rejected to get to it, I don't want it. And so instead of them being like, hey, she could tell me no, they're scared to even approach it because if you tell me no on this app or you tell me no on this phone or Instagram, it's not really like you told me no. You just telling a profile picture and you know, I can deal with that. And I think like that's why the world is effed up, man, because man, if they could know what it felt like for that girl to, and then too, the numbers even be fading and you look at that thing and you'll dial that number 15 times and just change that one number that faded just so Charlene mom answer the phone. Man, I wish I was 15 again, boy.
You guys seen
this video just took me back in time. Thank you for that.
Had to be there.
Have you guys seen that video where there's a guy in a concert and he's saying on his live stream, find her, and she's literally in arm's reach. Like she's right there.
That was the dumbest shit I've seen on the internet this year.
Yeah,
oh my God.
Like, bro, she's like, this is
you about to let her walk out your life.
That's funny. He's at a concert next to her, and he's like, "Find her."
And when they found her, you saw what she said.
No, I didn't see.
I didn't know what y'all talking about. You were at the concert.
Find the video. She said, "Oh yeah, okay." That's funny.
You said what? I didn't hear what you guys said.
She said that was weird. Why didn't you talk to me when we were at the concert?
Oh, as she should.
Yeah, I feel like I get what y'all saying. Like that's because y'all like to feel y'all this nostalgia and all that. But you got like I'm a sniper, right? It's the thing. Like when it come to if you could get your credit, if you could get a pre-approval, right, before you actually get a hard inquiry on your credit, which one you gonna go for? The internet, you getting pre-approval all over the place. Like you see me, like you don't gotta, I can tell by how how you talking back, how you feeling. You like my pictures back. That's a pre-approval.
Nah, wait. Hold on. Talking about how? So what makes that any different than the real thing? Like you seeing me in person. There's nothing that comes.
No.
Like you get to see me. It's me. I'm in person. Like there's nothing. I can't fake it. I can't filter my face. I can't.
Can I tag in?
You're getting a hard inquiry every time that happens. That's the hard inquiry.
Nah, man.
You need to turn dating into
You didn't waste your time. You trying to physically talk to her. You got to be like, oh, okay. At the 2 minutes, she not feeling it. Let me just kind of get out of here.
That's real though. I can accept that. It's just no different than her not responding to her DM.
I'm not. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying it's inefficient. I'm all about efficiency. But
I would say that's the one thing I liked about dating apps is that I could quickly go through. Because if I was in person, I wouldn't see a guy I was attracted to for like a year, maybe more.
Come on,
like,
y'all don't remember. Hold on.
Ever saw
y'all don't remember seeing somebody like in the movies from across the room, across the street, and you slide
at the
on
mall
top
in the food court.
Y'all, come on! You can't. And you meet somebody and it works and y'all connect. Come on, that beats swiping right anytime.
It does.
Right.
No, I don't think that I'm not opposed to it. I'm saying that the chances of that happening were next to none. I almost never saw someone in person that I thought was attractive or came up and talked to me that I thought was attractive. Like it was so rare. So I needed that numbers game to be able to be like, I could swipe 750 posts. Now I finally see a guy I find attractive.
But wait a minute, technology has made gentlemen not be able to talk to women anymore. Dudes don't know how to talk to women. They don't know how to approach women. They don't know how to interact with people.
You had to practice. So Yonci, you went your whole life and you never saw no attractive men. You just like you got divorced and you didn't see anybody attractive until your man.
It was very rare. And I actually thought something was wrong with me because I was like, I'd see people and my girls like, oh, he's so cute. And I'm like, is he? It was rare that I would see someone that my brain said, that's hot. Like it was very rare.
I'm picky, y'all.
But at what point was that in like after your divorce? Was that like early on? Because that makes a difference. Was it early on in your divorce, or was it later on where you felt like
that was my whole life?
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I
feel like if you take me to a room and there are like 200 men, there's a good chance I won't think any of them are attractive. And I think for me, it's because I look at everything. I look at their body language. Like if they're walking like this, it just like look like they have no confidence. If he's dressed like he's trying to be some thug with some little sagger pants, like that turns me off. Like how he puts himself together. Like there's so many things that I find unattractive. And so it's
Would you consider yourself shallow?
I don't know that I'm any more shallow than the next person. I think that it's a natural part of like attraction. You have personality and you have looks. I think your body, you can't control what your body, turns on the faucet or makes that heartbeat down there.
Doesn't respond to you, I guess.
Yeah. And what's funny is I had a crush on a guy in high school and he had a twin. He had an identical twin. And I thought the one twin was cute and the other one was like, and they were identical. So I don't know. It's just something.
I felt like that about T and Tamara.
No, same. I feel like one is really cute.
Don't they look the same?
Yeah.
Don't they look the same? They're identical.
They are identical twins, but you can tell they do look different.
Yeah.
One of them was more feminine. And it was different.
Yeah, there was a difference in style, there was a difference in temperament. Yeah, there was definitely a difference.
Keep both of them. Look.
One of them likes black men, and the other one don't.
Yeah, y'all can keep them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But what bro was saying though, like that is kind of true. Like back when I was, outside, going to Mocha Fest or events like that, and then just being able to walk up and talk and pick and choose and know that like whatever or whoever I was talking to was going, that shit, it's exhilarating. Because like you're there for the whole weekend, for whatever the 4-day weekend is, right? And you know that every day you could go pick this one, that one, those ones, and knowing that like it's guys that can't do that.
Willie, you're a freak boy too.
Huh?
You're a freak boy.
Okay, so I'm dating myself. What you just described was
retired.
I seen them videos. Them joints is wild.
What y'all just described was Freaknik every year.
I'm gonna send you one.
I used to pull up and all weekend. I was okay.
You don't want us to find them old pictures, huh?
Put it like this.
I was outside.
His tank was by the end of the trip.
I was outside. Let me
Freaknik
tell
was
you
a special
something.
time.
If you know. The videos don't do it justice.
No, it's not.
That's all I saw was the videos.
You had to be there.
Greg, have you ever been to
explain it?
Nah, I just seen the video.
You'll understand it. I'm talking about everybody was outside. When I say everybody, I'm talking about you would see Shaquille O'Neal, Tupac. Everybody kicked it. Wasn't no problem. If you had to be there, you had
Jacob was y'all wilder than the kids today is? Would you say? And y'all Freaknik time?
Filmed.
We were a different kind of wild. Y'all want to wrestle and shoot at each other. We were going outside trying to get girls.
With the freak stuff, was y'all more freaky?
I say so.
With the
I don't know.
I can't think about the music at the time. Think about
the short answer to that is yes.
I can't compare.
The short answer to that is yes. Yes.
BT Uncut.
Freaky ass music back in the day.
You just have no
time
proof
of my life. That's all I can say.
Okay.
Which is why I don't run the streets now. I'm not out here wilding because I got it all out of my system.
What's up, Willie?
If you've never been to Mocha Fest, you should go.
Nah,
I got it out of my system.
I ain't got it in me right now.
Yeah, you do.
Where's what dates?
I'll tell you where to find it.
Okay.
What's the dates?
First of all, I'm a germaphobe at this point in my life, so I can't be around too many.
No, you ain't got to go do nothing just to see it live. Like
I love melanated queens.
What is Mocha Fest? Is that like Freaknik?
It's like a Freaknik.
Bro, go to their Instagram page. And like,
don't trust our dear Gregory.
Oh, I wouldn't be caught dead there. Oh man.
Wait, what's going on?
It's wild, It's wild.
Tell me, what's going on? What you
Yeah, they probably gonna be doing all the Jamaican crazy dancing and stuff.
Oh, snaps. Okay.
Yeah. I ain't trying to get,
and it's topless.
Yeah, nah, they too wild for me.
Wait.
That's what I'm saying.
Wait, you guys got
aggressive.
Like pearls?
If you would have called me maybe like
they
30,
too aggressive for me.
Like 30 maybe. I'm 36 now. I can't be.
Wait 1 second. I'm single looking for a queen, so let's see. Mocha Fest.
Greg, you got to go to Mocha Fest, bro.
Oh,
like you got to go. Just go. Like you just got to go. If you go to Mocha Fest, it'll tell you where you fall in the pecking order too. Like you'll just know.
Is everybody there stacked like that? That's crazy.
Yeah, Cam, look at my face. Go.
I'm gonna be like,
go. Just no, you ain't even got, bro. Just go.
I've never heard of this. This is crazy.
Yeah, I never heard of
Fest. Mocha Fest is wild. Like there was a year that I made every Mocha Fest event. Like every one that year, I made all of them.
Yeah.
Let me just say this. I don't know if Mocha Fest is like freaky, but to the young brother,
it is.
Go outside, get it out of your system. So when you sit down, you'll stay sat down because you don't want to be trying to get back up when you 40 or 50. Go outside now, kick it.
The girls be doing the same thing.
Do they? Oh yeah.
I said, should they? Should they be doing the same thing right now?
If risk come with it, but
wait. At what point though? You talking about this agent?
He said, kind of go outside, get it out your system. I was asking, is it in his opinion that the girls should do the same or just the guys?
Within reason.
So the girls do it within reason, and when the guys do it,
I didn't make the rules, man. I didn't make the
rules.
I'm
asking. I just want to understand. I want to understand the way you.
Within reason. You within reason.
What's within reason? Given I'm looking at Mocha Fest right now, and I think they should have antibiotic stand over here. So
Told you it was
please
wild,
explain to me
bro.
within reason. I'm interested.
It's wild. It's a wild ass freak ass party,
bro.
I mean, listen. Everybody looks beautiful. It's a
Bro.
divine frames. Yes,
that's
definitely.
that's the part. That's the thing. You ain't gonna want to go home.
No,
You
see
gonna
that
be
look.
you gonna be like tell your kids, tell the kids I ain't coming home.
hey, Rita. Hey, put your mama on the phone.
Yeah.
Fuck them kids. I ain't coming home.
Yeah, Greg. If I tell like so. My son turned 18 last year, and he's in college now.
Right.
So he was talking like, yeah, you know, my dad. He said, he gets girls. He's an athlete, all that stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
I said, well, I'm gonna send you somewhere so you can understand like how much further you have to go.
Wow.
And I sent him to one,
Mm-hmm.
and he texted me, and he was like, I have work to do. You understand? Like,
you said 18. You took him.
when I sent him, hell, I didn't go with my son, but that's
I was
weird.
gonna say that's wild. That's a wild.
Nah, yeah, I sent him to Mocha Fest, like just so you can see it.
Okay.
Like,
Hey man, listen, bro. Whatever, you know.
He had a blast.
It's kind of cheap too.
I have 2 words. Private chat. Carry on.
Sorry. I was just like, this is interesting. Sorry, I just never heard of this, and I know a lot of things in the Black community. So yeah.
I think they have them out in other areas.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh. Yeah, they have Mocha Fest all over. The only one I say don't go to is Houston.
That's the one literally I was looking at. I was like,
Yeah,
I was looking
don't
at
go to the one in Houston.
the logistics, just purely.
Yeah, just don't go to the one in Houston. The bar is
read
set.
the private chat. Hilarious.
Yeah, the bar is set way too high in Houston.
So, all right, let's. I got a question for y'all.
Everybody's not built for it though.
y'all were wrong.
I got a question for the fellas on this one. Is there a point in time in our lives where stuff like that, where you just got to just put it away?
Yeah.
Stuff like what? Stuff like what?
Mocha Fest.
Yes. When I turned 40, it was over.
You said 40.
Yeah, you out here 50 years old in Mocha Fest. It's you on some Hugh Hefner shit or something. I don't know.
Jay-Z is the only person that can be a 50-year-old rapper. And I say that to say, like, it's only certain people that can get away with doing young shit when they're old. Like, I don't have it in me to go keep up with Mocha Fest now because my patience is nil. And I'm at the phase in life where, like, I'm not trying to talk to you to smash.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, hey, listen, I'm gonna let you smash. I mean, like, I'm gonna let you kick it with me, and then we get back to the room, do what we gotta do. Like, I don't want to have to do all the extra work and shit. So
I say that because there was a point in time it was a glorified lifestyle. To smash as many women as you can. Have as many women in rotation as possible. And I feel like at a certain point you do have to, like, all right, I gotta.
Was it ever glorified?
Yeah, what?
Yeah.
Y'all ain't have to answer so fast.
Yeah, man, we're trying to talk that we're supposed to do shit like this.
And so you sound like you and I are of the same age, so you know the answer to that question. Yes.
And I can't even. And look, Greg, I'll tell you this, right? Something that most people don't know about me.
Mm-hmm.
Since the time that I was 18 to now, I've only been single for 4 years.
Okay.
Right? Outside of that, I was married. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So of 20 years, or a little over 20 years, I've only got. This is the longest at this recent stint was the longest I'd ever been single consecutively, like in my life.
When you lock in, you lock in.
Well, that's my thing. Like, so I'm real big on like numbers, and this the way that I date is so efficient. Like, I've had 5 first dates, 4 of them turned into long-term relationships. Like, I'm not a serial dater. I don't meet women and go on dates and stuff, whatever.
You seem like a very logical person.
Yeah. No, he meet him and he hit him. He just don't take him on dates. He don't get it confused with like he just don't date. Like he just don't deal with women. He just he don't take them on dates.
Is this true, Willie?
It's some of both. Like 80% of what you were thinking, like 20% what Mont said. And that because I'm older now. But like it was just never my thing. Like I just want to get one woman and do whatever. And then I got to a point where like I just would tell women, like the woman I was with, like, hey, listen, I feel like doing her or doing something different. How do you feel about it? And they would either be like no or yeah. Either way, didn't change what I was going to do. It just meant that I was either going to do it and then not deal with you anymore, or do it and come back home and tell you about it, and then maybe do it with you. But I've had that type of freedom for the majority of my adult life. Yeah. So I'll say that. Going to Mocha Fest and stuff like this, it's really only ever been just to be like, to see the wild shit. And then just, I say when I was 30, when I, first started going to stuff like that, it would just be like, see if I got it. You know what I'm saying? Just to try these new tools out that I gotten. You know what I'm saying? Learn this new, like, framing these framing conversations I learned or whatever, and just to go see what it was. Yeah, and the experiments were fruitful. So,
but that's the whole point that RC was saying. Like sometimes you just went out, you were just going to see what you could do. Like that's what when you were outside, you would approach different women just to see what would happen.
And in my friend group, I was the guy that would just go over there and start talking to a girl.
Just start talking.
But what I would do is I would go talk to the ugly girl. Not on like I'm trying to.
I didn't do that.
Shit, but like I would just talk to her. Like, hey, are the wings good? You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, hi. And then I'll say something funny like,
"Now he on to something. He's on to something."
Like, sure. You got all drums. You sure you're okay? Like, and I would make the ugly one laugh. And then when the cute girl saw her ugly friend laughing at the handsome guy, then they would make their way over. Like, because I knew she was like the bait card. I knew like if I could make the ugly friend laugh and feel safe, the pretty friend would come over and be like, cool. And then I would just transition on to whatever one of the cute friends I wanted to talk to was. Like that shit is that tactic is undefeated. Like I can't think of a time where it didn't work. Like where I was not able to like to go jump, pivot from the grenade to like, you know what I'm saying, one of the cute ones. It works every time.
You might have said this, I don't know, but what's your status now? Like, what are you married? Are you single, married?
No, I'm getting married this year.
Okay.
Or next, or the year after that. Or the year after that. At some point in time, I'm getting married.
Never let them know your next move.
Yeah, I gotta keep, you gotta leave a little air of suspense. But yeah, I'm getting married, and my inbox and DMs are closed. Do not message me.
I hope she's banned from watching the show.
No, she's watching now.
So actually, I have a question about that. Going back, creating an air of suspense in general. So it seems like toxicity is you have to implement a little toxicity in most situations in order to deal with a woman, or they glitch on you. How true is that, Yonci? Because it seems like
for an unhealed woman, yeah.
I think most women are unhealed.
It's so interesting that you said that because earlier on the show,
can you ask the question again?
I said, is it reasonable, and how would you infuse a small level of toxicity in your situation to, whether it's to keep excitement, interest, or help her to feel more comfortable? Because when things are too clean, you start thinking like, is he a serial killer, or like what's going on? Like what's wrong with him?
Are you?
So I feel like this is some behind a tree shit.
Are you correlating?
No.
Wait, are you correlating toxicity with suspense? Because that's two different things.
For me, I think they would be the same. Just my history. Yeah.
No, you can create suspense without it being toxic.
You're talking about not being so predictable.
Yeah, like it's still your intentions. When I think of toxic, I think of somebody who has bad intentions. Like you can still move with good intentions.
Well, give me an example, please. Like how would you maintain suspense? Would you like?
I think you can be toxic and not have bad intentions.
Yeah, I think a lot of times toxicity is not with bad intentions; it's out of habit.
Yeah, toxicity can be a woman knowing, like, again, I'll just transparent moment.
That's what I think.
So I'm probably the most predictable man on earth. I have routines and I have patterns, and I rarely deviate from them. Right? So that would make you think that a woman can get bored, right? But what's always worked for me is that every time I'm with someone, it's always made apparent that she's not the only woman that wants me, and that little bit of competition anxiety has always kept them in a position to where like they never took me being predictable for granted, or they never took for me being like reliable for granted. Like they know that on Tuesdays I go to the gun range, on Wednesdays I'm at the casino, on Thursdays I'm doing this show, on Friday I'm doing whatever my schedule is. Like they've always known that, but then the fact that they know that I'm also I'm not going for like nothing extra. Like all of that bullshit that these people been talking about having to deal with. Like my scissors are so sharp, I cut people off quickly because my piece is priceless. And once you start stressing me out or asking me questions like, why did you like this but not text me? It's over. Like it's quick. It's quick, sudden, abrupt, because there's nothing like that. But a lot of women say that's toxic, that I'm that way. And typically, like toxicity, it seems to be super subjective. And it just means like something that a woman doesn't like because of A, B, or C.
Look that
I put it. I guess when I place toxicity, of course, we use it facetiously, but I'm looking at it. Almost seems like creating a level of instability, and honestly, it's game playing. But it almost seems like in a lot of capacities, because if you come from instability, if you come from excitement, and if you come from all those things that you consider excitement, it almost seems like when you get into a normal situation, I've literally had situations where girls are kind of like, I don't know what to do.
No, I've heard of that.
Everything's too normal.
It's too calm. But that's an unhealed woman. Similar to when we were talking earlier and I was asking about what to do when men get really defensive when you bring up something that you have a problem with. And they were saying if you have a man who's mature and emotionally mature, you're not going to have that problem. So the same thing with your question, if you're dealing with an emotionally mature woman, she is going to be grateful that there isn't drama, that there isn't toxicity. You're not all it. That will make her nerves bad to have you guessing and wondering.
Can I comment on that though? So I was listening to a podcast, and the guy mentioned the whole dynamic of the yin and yang and the feminine, the feminine and masculine energy, and he kind of compared it, and I like how he compared it. He said it's kind of like having a sparring partner. Like he kind of said, like if you were boxing and the person was just standing there, just taking every hit, like they weren't blocking, they weren't punching back, they weren't doing anything, they were just standing there taking the hit. That's kind of like a relationship that doesn't have any type of toxicity in the middle of it. And the reason why he said that, he was trying to say is that it's actually, it's kind of like, that saying like iron sharpens iron, is like it actually helps the man when there is some level of toxicity coming from a woman, whether if he's testing him in some type of way. Like you need that in a relationship dynamic. It only makes you more, it only strengthens you as a man.
We might have to define what toxicity is, because my understanding toxicity would not fit that.
Yeah, because all that testing me shit, you go to college, you want to test somebody, go become a teacher.
But to do it, it's not always conscious though. Sometimes women do it and it's subconscious.
No, right. So you're right. Wholeheartedly, you're okay. But I will consciously cut you off. So that subconscious bullshit, no.
Greg, are you saying that a man needs this in his development, or a man needs this throughout his entire life?
I think he needs it in the companionship of a woman. Like
even as a 50-year-old man, 60-year-old man, 40-year-old man.
You're going to always be tested in some shape, form. It may not be a test as jealousy, or maybe she's testing you financially. Maybe she's deciding that I'm going to retire early, and you're going to have to take care of the responsibility. That's a form of a test. She wants to make sure that she's with somebody that's going to sustain her lifestyle if she decides that she wants to not work anymore.
I don't know. I guess I would have to process that more, because like right now, my position is I don't think that's true that a man would need a woman to pretty much challenge him in those ways.
Yeah.
I don't think that he necessarily needs that. I think early on, like you can learn a lot from having a woman challenge you in certain ways. To kind of see, like you end up seeing like what type of guy you are. Like you one of them guys that don't go for nothing, or if you one of them guys who do, right? So I think.
Let me give you another example.
Yeah.
Maybe this help. So let's say I'm on. I decide I'm going to go on a diet, and I'm going to be disciplined, and let's say I'm going to fast for 30 days, and I decided that I'm not going to have a cheat day. And then my woman, she's like, babe, like, listen, I really want to go to this restaurant. I want to try this new restaurant. I understand that you have, you're on this diet or whatever, but just for this one day, can we please just go try this restaurant? In that moment, she's testing to see if you're going to stay disciplined to what you said you were going to do, or if you're going to fold and do what she wants you to do. That's what I mean when I say test you throughout the relationship.
I wouldn't consider that something being toxic, though.
Yeah, it's not toxic.
Not in that
That's not being toxic. That's just her trying to get her away.
But again, we also didn't clarify the definition of toxicity either.
That's right.
Yeah.
But at the same time, bro, if you on your square, a woman knows she's not gonna be able to get you off of that motherfucker either.
But she tried though. That's the whole point. Was what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if she know you're not going, she's not gonna try you. Like, if she know you're not going,
it's just in their nature to do it.
No, I give you that.
Women only try it when they're unsure of who you are. Like once she know not to play with you, which
right. I'm not
first date.
Right.
It could be from the first date, or it could be that she's just unsure of like that if she can play with you or not, and subconsciously she'll test you a little bit.
For sure, it could just be a phase, but at some point she's going to test her man.
A woman trying you is sending you a message, and that's not a good message.
Like, that's why so many women talk to men crazy, because men have they've made it safe for them to do so.
Bro, what did you say though?
I'm not one of those dudes who does that. Like, I don't make it safe for you to try me. So if you know who I am, because I show you who I am consistently, you know better.
But I'll say something to that, and this is why I even brought this situation up, is that if you're coming into a situation and people haven't had proper training and they're in the midst of their healing journey, then they're going to try you because it has nothing to do purely with you. It's just that it's like you didn't have all that training. So girls be talking about, oh, I'm going to therapy and all that other kind of stuff. But the only time you can really test the healing of something is if it can operate underneath normal everyday stressors and still maintain functionality.
I don't want to confuse the trying as like someone being like malicious or, doing it to.
I think there's degrees of it. So no, I'm not talking about toxicity. I'm just saying in any capacity, like a woman, like I said, sometimes trying intentionally or sometimes just trying to get her way, but it still will test as far as his resolve. I think that happens more in unhealthy women. So I agree with Yonci.
Yeah. Can I ask Yonci this question? Has there ever been a scenario in any one of your relationships where a man said that he was going to do something and you questioned him or tested him to see if he was going to fold on what he said he was going to do, consciously or subconsciously?
Like basically test to see if it was BS.
Right.
Do you shit test, man, Yonci?
I was gonna say I can't think of a scenario where I did, but the example that I would give for women testing is the same way you would kind of test a chair that you're not sure if it's stable. Because when a woman is in her feminine, she's very relaxed and she's completely like reliant on him. And so like from masculine, feminine, and masculine is the container. So there might be situations where it's like testing to see if it's safe. She might call and see how he reacts to a situation, or she might see, she says, hey, my car broke down. Is he like, oh, I'll get back to you? I remember being in a situation where it was the middle of the night. I was coming back from a conference in Long Beach and going all the way to where I lived, which was like a 40-minute drive. And this guy wasn't my boyfriend, but we were like, hanging out. And he was driving Uber at the time. And so I was catching a ride with somebody who was in an Uber, because we were like, no point in getting two separate Ubers. Get me to this main area in LA, and then I'll take my own Uber back after that. My phone dies. So I only have a little bit of charge to make a phone call, and I hit him up, and he says, "I'm doing Uber right now. Like I can't come get you." And that told me everything I need. This was the middle of the night. And this is basically like East LA. If you know anything about California, it does not where you want to be at night. And I had to go to a taco man who had the little twinkle lights around his stand to plug in my phone and get enough juice to get, Uber back on with Uber. But that told me everything I needed to know. So I guess you could kind of, it wasn't intentionally a test, but it ended up being a test that showed me like, this is not someone I can depend on.
That was my point. Like sometimes it's not conscious, like it's subconscious. Like a woman is going to do it just to kind of see how stable the man's going to be with what his word. Because that's all it is.
I don't think I've ever ahead of time intended to see. I'm really trying to think so I could honestly answer if I've ever intentionally. I've done that to see if someone would lie. I will ask a question when I already know the answer.
That's
just to see how they'll respond. That's fine. Oh, that's someone's background. I was like, my mouth is moving. What's happening? But yeah, I can't think of any time. Now there are some, and it's usually younger, immature women who will do something just to see what he says. But I think that's really childish, especially if it causes him to have an emotional reaction. It was like, I just went through that for nothing.
That's because men don't talk enough. Like they don't talk enough. Like listen, you'll know exactly who I am, what I believe in, all of that type of stuff about a second, third date, like all of that. Like you don't, I don't know. What you stand for and all of that should kind of ooze out of you.
That goes
like
back
a woman
to talking
should know
before you actually date too.
Yeah, like
right. I agree.
Have you ever seen a kid who's like trying to see what they can get away with? I was at a. Have you ever seen a kid who was trying to get away with something? Like they want to see what they could get away with. So there was this kid. We got invited to go to this one of our friends' child's sporting events. And for whatever reason, the people we came to see, they were watching like 6 kids on the side, like little, all under the age of like 7 or whatever. There was this one bad little kid, and he kept throwing out this little beanbag toy thingy onto the freaking court while the kids were playing, actively running up and down the court. And so I kept having to go grab it. And then at one point he's looking at me, and you just see this little twinkle in his eye. And it was one of those things that I was like, immediately I registered. I'm like, this is one of those little bad kids that probably not getting attention. And he's trying to see if he can get a rise out. I mean, he's pretending like he's going to throw it. It's like the psychologist in me unofficially, I feel like that was a cry for attention. And I think that's how some women do it when they're younger, where it's like, let me see if I can wear this outfit I know is crazy hoochie just to see if you're going to say something and let me walk out the door. Or I'm going to be smiling in this man's face to see if you get mad and, try to see if I can get a reaction out of you or see
let's not just put younger women in that category. I think older women.
Well, immature
younger
women.
or immature. Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah.
But most of the younger ones are immature. So it's like pretty much you could put almost all younger women or immature older women.
So I have a question for you about bridging this back with the last unofficial topic. Do you think that I'll find many of the women at Mocha Fest? Do you think they would fall into the immature category?
Oh yeah, they're gonna play with you.
They're
gonna play with you, King.
That might be what he wanted.
No, this was research.
It's just like what they say: when in Rome, do what Romans do. I mean, it's just
okay.
Yeah, you're gonna meet a lot of immature women there.
But he might not be having a lot of conversations to know if they're mature. So.
They're gonna be dancing.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that's not a lot of chit-chat.
Everybody there is on the same time. Everybody know what's up.
That's just appreciate.
That's kind of find wife.
No. I think it's like geometry just being thrown around in circles with all shades of brown.
Cam will come back talking about I found a wife at Mocha Fest.
You might find a wife.
Yo, please.
How did you guys?
Is that a coffee festival? What's that?
Look, it depends on who asking.
I found the one. She the one.
I found the one.
Is being backstage. You're not gonna come back.
I'm in love.
Y'all know, just trying to work on your look so that you don't even give off vibes that you can be played with is kind of will save you a lot of time, like with women.
Facts. Parents too. You get
you
that.
don't even want to give off the vibe that they can play with you. You don't want to give off the vibe that they can get you for some bread. You don't want to give off none of them vibes like, oh he a dweeb. Like I can kind of get what I want out of him. You don't want none of that.
But how do you hide that though?
How do you
just say
hide it?
no. You just say
By
no.
not being a sucker.
You just say no to stuff.
Also, I think when there's any, because Willie calls it an ish test. If there's even something that could even be closely tied to that, you nip it in the bud. So it's kind of like with the kid. Don't wait until they're falling out on the floor and spinning around. You wait till they just do this. Like, no. We don't, you check it quick. So you let people know what you're going to handle. It's kind of like the boss. You know, there were certain bosses that you could slide in 7 minutes late and then not go trip. Then you have the other boss that's like darn near standing at the door like this. You know who you could play with, depending on what they don't let slide.
I don't know how many of us are fathers on this panel, but with my youngest, I've never had to lay a hand on her. I don't have to.
I had to do it.
You probably got that look. There was a dad who walked in that same. There was a dad who walked in the same game. I don't know if he was the ref, but he looked like he was military this past life. I am 44, about to turn 45, and I sat up straighter when he walked by, and I was like, I forgot I was an adult. He just had this look on his face like, don't play with me. And he walked straight over to some kid, told him something. The kid was like,
I graduated to a look. I'll just give my kids a look.
My dad had this thing, and I remember we were across the room, and he said, it like, I know you lying. Like, it was that look, and he would combine it with the eyebrow, and we were like, we said if it went past the look, if he had to come back for a second, oh, we were getting the belt at home. So it was like we knew, because he let it. Yeah, he didn't play no games.
Trouble.
What's the bro name in the corner?
Let me take this out. Now you see, is it now?
No, JS. No, JS acts like what it looked like. You don't want to look like you don't get no box. Like, and you can ask people around you what that look like, but you don't want to look like. I'm talking about with women. You don't want to look like you don't get no pussy.
I don't know what that looks like. So like, I don't look at women and I don't look at women and say to them, oh, and think to myself, oh, they don't get no dick.
No, you do. Listen, it's certain types of women, right? Who you know, who not even who you know, but who you would assume of like, oh, like I can get this. You know what I'm saying? I can get this.
But I don't assume. That's the thing. I don't want to assume.
You gotta start judging books by their cover to some degree. You know what I'm saying? And it's typically like let's say a big girl, right? And she don't look confident. And when you come and talk to her eyes light up. You like already. You like, oh, I'm a yeah, already. You like, you know, I'm a do this on a late night. I'm gonna keep this in the tuck.
Right.
And it's that simple for you because you're assuming that she doesn't have the self-esteem, and typically a lot of them don't. Some of them do, but a lot of them don't. And they make
you gotta read the room. You gotta be able to read the room fast.
And JS, I will say this: there's something about energy. When you think about somebody, oftentimes it helps if you envision somebody else. But think of somebody like, randomly Scarface came to mind, you know, some character from a movie versus like an Urkel. And if you even, and this might sound like a silly exercise, but you could take someone in your life, someone on a TV show, and watch their body language. Look at the speed in which they speak. Look how they sit in a chair. Look at the types of things they say or don't say. All of those things come together and create energy. For women,
so
what were we gonna say?
So Yonci, would you pass by an Urkel?
Like keep on walking. Yeah, as I said, I look at energy. If I see a man walking like this, no energy. If he seems real nervous to talk to me, no energy. I have very strong masculine, uber masculine men in my family. And so that's the bar. Very well spoken, very confident. And so if a man doesn't have that, I'm just instantly turned off. He will actually become more attractive to me with a confidence level. Now he can't be fugly, but if he's somewhat attractive and he's confident, it bumps him up a notch or two. But there's this
Do you
energy.
think that's sorry.
No, sorry, I was
Go ahead.
so there's an energy that a man can have, right? You have this energy where he's kind of going off the cue of the woman, or you have this kind of energy where he's sitting back and it's like whatever's happening is happening. There's a lot to be said for body language and how a person gives themselves away by how they are, or even sometimes holding back from saying a lot. You said, what does they say? Someone could think that you're a fool, but then you can open your mouth and remove all doubt. Sometimes just not always having something to say makes you seem more mysterious. Or when you do open your mouth, it seems like, oh, wow, he said something. So there's a lot to how a man presents himself that women pick up on. And as women, I hate this, but we do want the guy that everyone wants. There's a reason why pastors get a lot of attention, and sometimes they're not even attractive. It's because he's in a position of power. There's this reverence that we give, this awe to somebody who's in a position of power or somebody who has a likability. Nobody wants someone that no one else wants. So
I'm glad you said that, Yonci, because I've been trying to say that on your columns and your comment section for like the last I don't know how many years. And I'm glad you finally admit. I'm glad you finally admit that.
But I've never not admitted it. The thing is that you have always said
Out loud. I mean.
Oh, but I mean, to me, that's just human nature. There's a reason you shoot your shot at certain women. Like they said, you're not going to go for, I won't use her name, but there are certain, when we're chasing, we want personality to matter. But when we're picking, or I should say when we're being picked, but when we're picking, we want to pick what we like. So there is a balance between being attractive. Same thing with my girls. I tell my girls, you cannot be drastically overweight or have a really jacked up hairdo or be frowning in a picture and think you're going to get all men to like you. You have to do everything in your power to be the most eligible that you can be. And she can't cry to me and be like, it's not fair, they don't give me a chance, when she doesn't present well. Everybody has eyeballs. So
do you say that like in coaching? I'm just interested, and this is a shameless plug maybe to your thing. In coaching, do you sometimes get that serious as far as, or that honest with women about okay, no, that's good because
we get into weight loss, that's why there's a reason it's a BGP. Gotta have your big girl panties in my tribe.
Kevin Samuels, you be giving the Kevin Samuels treatment to the women.
That's the difference. I don't do it like his energy. That's why they trust.
So how would you do it? So I come into your I'll volunteer myself in this thespian role. So I come into your class and let's say I'm not, let's say, the most healthy, or maybe I'm a little bit rotund. How would you go? And I'm crying to you because I did a singles feature and I'm not getting DMs or something like that. So how would you approach me? Like, Yonci, I don't know what's happening. Like, no one DMs.
I don't give unsolicited advice.
Sounds familiar.
So she did a singles feature and she didn't get any love. I don't just give her advice.
Oh no, but I'm saying she said it to you. Like if she went and she expressed her discontentment with her lack of interest, you would tell her.
Then I would ask her if she wants to set something up, and then if she does set it up, then we'll have a conversation, and then we'll talk about how she can become her personal best.
So let's play this out. So Lizzo comes to you and says, like using Cam's example, Lizzo calls you and say, "Look, Yonci, I can't get a man."
Lizzo lose that weight, she gonna look good.
Oh, she's been looking better, but continue on. I'll let you.
She lose that weight, she gonna look good.
We're gonna need another example.
I'm sorry, man. I can't co-sign that one.
No, hold me to that. Hold me to that. I bet you.
Let's clip this. Nah.
Yo, Jacob's wild.
No, she has a pretty face.
Picture of Lizzo. I haven't seen her in a minute.
Nah, bro. Nah. No.
The Lizzo now, I would go on a date with her. I would fill her
She's
out.
definitely better looking. She definitely looks a lot better. Yeah.
Listen, man. She lose another 30 pounds. She gonna look good.
I would say 30 pounds.
But my thing is that I don't typically go for the skinny chick. I like for you to have a little bit of tooth, you know what I'm saying, little fluffy in you, you know what I'm saying, little love handle, a little poop. You know.
Wait, did somebody say Lizzo's about to be fine? I'm sorry.
Listen, if Lizzo get down to, I don't know how much she weigh, I don't know her height. If Lizzo get down another 10% of body fat,
No.
she's gonna
She
look
looks
good.
better than that now.
You got to get under 200.
Hold on. See,
But
so put
it
that
depends on
picture
her
back up
height.
real quick,
Because
Yonci.
if Lizzo was 5'11", then we can't say it like she 5'6". The weight gonna be completely different. So
Hold on.
I don't know
Yonci,
her height.
Put that picture back up. Now,
No.
see,
I'm gonna show you a better picture.
Hold on. That's Lizzo at her absolute best.
That's not her best.
I'm talking about that's glammed up.
So far.
Filter on, the wig
That's
straight.
not her best though. You can't say that's her
Makeup.
best.
Listen,
That's
I'm trying to tell you.
I'm on my.
Lizzo
I'm
do not have an
Kevin
ugly
Samuels
face.
here for a minute. I'm talking about Lizzo, fresh face out the shower.
I got to see
this. Hard pass.
Yo, put me on record, yo. Put me on record.
Okay.
If Lizzo get that weight down to like a curvy weight, she's going to look good.
I can see it.
Yeah, listen, I sent it. I sent
If
it to
she
you,
get
Jacob.
that down
Let me
to
know.
a nice
Let me know if you want
proportion,
another 30 pounds off of that. What I just sent you.
I can see it.
You can see?
I support y'all right.
Where'd you send it, Cam?
I'll put it in the group chat.
Oh,
I know
I'm not saying
potential.
Lizzo ugly. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying. Nah.
Listen,
She could be at Mocha Fest almost.
I'm just trying to tell y'all. I don't listen. I'm not one of the people that like Lizzo. I don't like Lizzo. Like I don't, I'm just keeping it a buck. Like I see potential. I know potential when I see it. If she drop, she get down to a respectable weight.
I wish Lizzo the best.
I wish her the best.
The best. I ain't saying
I say Lizzo. I say Lizzo's a solid 5.5.
Like as a big
she's slightly above average.
I will say this though, that I think
Looks
that
only.
most people have unrealistic expectations, and it's based on them not understanding what their number is. So I just think that is something that we have.
When you say number, what do you mean?
How they would be rated. If you took a million people and they rated, what would that average number be? Obviously, everybody rates differently, but there's going to be a difference, and there's a reason why some people are models. Like there are some people that people kind of universally say we find this attractive or we find this unattractive. That's just the reality of things. But what I say is everybody has their own, like your actual look, right? Like how far apart your eyes are, how big or small your nose is, how full your lips are, whatever. Like you can't fix that. I mean, you can't change how you were born. But there are so many things people can do to enhance their look. Straighten your teeth, brighten your teeth. If you don't have a beard and you want to and you can grow your beard. If you're some people do their makeup in a way that just makes them so unattractive. Are wearing haircuts. Like you ever seen someone and they just got a different haircut and it was like it transformed their life? Like who knew all she needed was a bob?
I got a homie who need to grow his hair out. I ain't gonna tell him no, but yeah.
Or some guys do
way better look with the
cut it
beard.
off and now they have sexy bald. Like, oh my God. Like some people just should never have hair. Like some people are just sexier bald, so you have to know what you're like. I wish I could pair up. I actually started doing a little research, but I wish I could pair people up with a stylist or some sort of person that could say, hey, based on the shape of your face, you should get this. There's a girl I follow, Vanessa Liu, however you say her last name, and she went and got a professional consultation where she paid money. And she's Asian, and so her hair is pretty somewhat lifeless when she straightens her hair. Like she said this. But they consulted her and told her to get these wispy bangs that kind of just like frame her face. She looks like a supermodel. That one little thing, just adding a little fringe or whatever you call it. And so, I think people need to do a little more with image consulting, maybe, or even just ask friends, does this look good on me? I think we just kind of just assume whatever. Like I love to straighten my hair. Every time I wear my hair curly, everybody talks about it. So it's like, if I pay attention, well, gee, maybe that's flattering on me.
I think men definitely need image
like.
consulting or like some sort of coaching.
Say that again, really?
I think that men definitely need image consulting or some sort of coaching. Like for the men who just like don't get it naturally. Like everybody know like the people that just it just works for, right? But then the ones that don't, I'm telling you that paying for that man's coaching program or getting like an image consultant, that
I wouldn't
is
sleep
like
on
weight gold.
All I'm gonna say is, Yonci, it's $6,000 to get my teeth fixed. So unless you got $6,000 and do a GoFundMe for $6,000 for getting my teeth fixed, I'm all for it.
You can afford it, bro. You can afford it. Like payment plan.
Get your teeth fixed.
You can put that together.
But here's the thing.
Not right
this
now.
is what we have to
Not
look
right now.
at. I know you're making a joke about this. We prioritize what we prioritize. Nobody is gonna like come save us. For me, I'll use myself for example. I used to be this big and I gained weight. I knew on a dating app that I'm going to eliminate the guys who are in super duper tip top shape. The guys who want the little yoga bunny running around with, the mid crop top or whatever. I was honest about that. I didn't play any violins. I didn't ask for sympathy. I knew that if I wanted a guy who was like crazy ripped, looked like he lived in the gym, I needed to look like a Barbie. So that's the thing, is like taking ownership. We have to take ownership. Guys that want women salivating over them, they're going crazy in the gym. They're making
But here's
sure.
the difference.
Huh?
No, I was just gonna say, but here's the difference. Even if you were this big, you're still gonna get at least, I would say, 85 to 90% of men hearting your photo when you're online dating. Me,
That doesn't mean that they're
I'll
interested.
get at least maybe like 2 or 3% of women hearting me. That's the difference.
What she was saying was that those men, she didn't want men that just wanted to hit her. She wanted men that wanted to take her serious and really be with her in a long-term relationship. And if those men are taking their health that serious, it's probably a high chance that they want the top crop when it comes to like women and fitness and bodies and stuff like that. Because they can get it.
That goes into another level of that. I'm talking about on the surface.
So respectfully, you're comparing the number of likes that I would get to the number of likes that you would get. And those are not comparable. Those are apples and oranges. You have to understand what women find attractive. You have to know what hairdo is attractive, what clothes is attractive on you, what facial expressions make you look attractive, the type of pictures that you choose to post. If I were to go through the average profile, there's some foolishness on here. And then I've seen guys in person and I'm like, whoa, if I had seen your profile, I would never give you a chance. Some people do not know how to present themselves well, or even in person. They don't realize how a difference in wardrobe, a difference in hairstyle, a difference in attitude, those things matter. And so respectfully, because we keep it a buck on my channel, respectfully, the first step in becoming sexy is owning your own BS. Even if you're a big old, let's just say big old overweight dude, let's say you weighed 100 more pounds, that guy might get more play than you if he is like, I'm big, but I'm sexy. And he's not overcompensating. He compensates for being really funny, or like whoever used the example of the guy who was really wealthy. Like, it's this energy. And to be honest, the energy I'm getting from you is defeated.
So what's the goal here?
Fault, and I'm defeated. That's the energy that I'm getting, and that's going to override everything.
Is the goal to get a bunch of women that like you, or just one woman to like you?
Ooh, not great.
Probably
with
more than one.
Come on,
You really
now.
want. I think you want a nice amount of women that like you.
That makes it easier.
Your odds are higher if more than one woman will like you.
It's a numbers game.
But just
Part of that though is also accepting that everybody's not going to like you.
Let me go look at my profile. Yonci over here talking about our profiles look silly. Let me check mine out.
Let me look at your profile, Jacob.
Look, check me out. Like if I'm want some wax,
I still believe in that like who like you mentality. Like
I agree with that as well.
That's true, but you still want people to be attracted to you.
Of course.
But you have to get your foot in the door first. You have to get your foot in the door first.
But I think that comes from confidence, though. You got to you got to use the cards that you're dealt. And
are you looking at my profile?
Make an analysis.
is doing the work.
She doing analysis. Like she finna tell me I'm ugly. I'm
Okay.
doing the work, like having your interpersonal skills together.
Now, what's wrong with that picture? Hold
like
on.
a hoodlum.
Well, Yonci calling me out here. What's wrong with that picture?
So I actually approve of this picture. You're showing off the salt and pepper beard. You got a little smile to you, and it's unique. You're looking away from the camera. This picture works. You got a picture showing I'm a dad, and I can
why
have
you gotta show
fun.
that video?
I'm not
No,
uptight.
that's cool. I like that.
Doing just dance with my daughter. Look, that's the thing. We gotta do it every time we together. That's her thing.
You on mute,
Some of the
JS?
door, she hook it up.
Yeah,
She
I'm
like,
not
let's
gonna
do it.
read this, but it was something that's seminal. Okay.
So is that enough for you to get in his DMs if you were single?
With the two pictures I saw enough?
Yeah.
Well, one, I would never answer that kind of a question, even hypothetically, because I was married. And so I would, for me,
I'm saying, okay. All
There
right.
you go. That's
Well,
the
I
right
guess
answer. That's what I'm talking
I'll
about.
answer
Good
it this
answer.
way.
Good answer, ma'am. Good answer.
There you go.
I would have
pick
to
up
be
my phone to call
physically
my
attracted.
I was picking up my phone to call
Hey,
my.
that's what I'm talking. That's the
You was about to
only
get that
answer.
anime?
That's what I'm
I
talking
can't see nothing, my man. No, I would have to be I would have to be attracted to him. Now, let's say I was attracted to him, but he was cussing, he was belittling women, he had a booger in his nose, then it wouldn't matter that I was attracted to him. So it has to be twofold. It has to be a page that looks like he's about something, that he's not a weirdo, and then I also have to be attracted to him. I mean, it's the same thing for you. If a girl like she was a weirdo, but she was cute, I don't think you just slide in her DM. Or if she wasn't a weirdo, but she was really hard to look at, I don't think you slide in her DM.
If she was cute, I would consider it.
I said if she was really hard to look at. That's
really hard. Well, I mean, yes, I mean, we are superficial when it comes to looks. Okay, I'm not going to deny that. But at the same time, it's like some people are looking too deep into the superficial looks and
but
not
who's
really
superficial? This is why I say this. I could see if we were marrying a best friend. We're marrying someone we want to reproduce with. In order to reproduce, you have to have intercourse. To have intercourse, you need to be stimulated to not hurt for a woman. For a man, you have to be stimulated. So why would you want to be in a relationship you're expected to be sexual with someone you're not physically attracted to? That's why I don't ever use the word shallow. To me, shallow only applies to non-romantic relationships. If I don't want to be friends with Jacob because I didn't like his face, that's shallow. If I want to be friends with Jacob just because of his face, that's shallow. But in a dating relationship, I need to be sexually attracted to the person. And it's a disservice to him, the person I choose, if I'm not sexually attracted. Because every time he looks at me, I'm like, oh God, he's looking at me. He's going to want to do that thing. I want to be just as excited to do that thing.
And that's fine.
But paired with that, like I said, is like there's a visual component, but then like I said, there's an energy component which comes from the way that you carry yourself. So me looking raggedy, case manager, all that kind of stuff, versus if I cut my hair and all that other kind of stuff, I'm going to give myself a better chance for more women. So I can just only be the best version of myself. Me, I really don't care because I got a mouthpiece and I'm pretty confident. So I really don't care. I still draw enough people. But it would always be best to be the best version of yourself. And I think that's all we're really trying to get at, because it's going to give you the energy to get the women that like you and to give you the maximum chance. I think that's really where we're at.
Yeah, like bro, you got the money to get your teeth done, man.
Payment plans. There are payment plans.
Yeah, I'm not trying to hear that, man. You can get them.
Nah, I gotta prioritize before that happens. So I really don't. But I see what you're saying.
Do you have any hobbies?
I have a few. Yeah.
What do you like to do?
This is one of them. Going online and talking to people. I like anything water related, so I swim. I like to go to the beach. And I like to play sports, mainly baseball.
Do you have any hobbies that you do weekly or anything like that?
Not really, because I'm now in baseball season. Like I don't really have time to like separate myself to do like certain
Baseball season,
hobbies,
like play
I guess.
baseball?
Huh?
You play baseball?
I used to, but now I officiate.
Oh,
I'm
you
in the
so
officiating assistant.
Oh, you're right.
okay, so that's your profession is in baseball.
Yes.
Okay. So I mean, do you are you clean of any substances? Do you smoke? Do you drink?
Oh, damn. You
I'm
having
not
an interview?
You can't answer that on this question, so read into that pause. Next
All right.
question.
Yeah, because I don't want the women to disqualify me if I answer it one way or another. You know.
Oh, okay. I mean, if I smoked, I wouldn't have no problem saying I smoke. Like I don't want to have no girl who like me.
But I am 420 friendly. If any
Okay,
ladies that are 420 friendly, yeah.
Okay. I'm just
Yeah,
okay.
I agree with Mont, man. I think you should just be you. Like if I'm on any type of platform and I'm worrying about being disqualified, then I'm not being my true self. Personally,
I was joking when I was saying that. I really don't care either way. But I do
only
have an
time
image, and I kind of like watch what I say because I am an official, and so like the industry like kind of like not really frowns upon it, but like I can't really like be all up over the internet, you know, talking shit and all
I
that,
dig that.
you know.
I dig that. I dig that. The only time you don't want to be 100% authentic is if you just want to smash. You know, that's the only time you really don't care to be 100% authentic. You just try and get in and get out. Outside of that, you definitely want to be 100% authentic because you don't even want to be around somebody who like can't stand a 420 type of guy and you a 420 type of guy. Y'all not even gonna mesh.
Right.
So
Yonci, what do you think about my profile? If you have time to do a little profile check, am I one of those types of guys that I need a makeover? Because I don't really do much on social media, like posting wise. I just talk. I do live streams of my own and stuff. That's most of my content on Instagram. Is the
All right,
live
let
stream.
me
So
see. I will say you're a brave soul asking me this on live.
Can I ask a question before she answers?
I'm confident enough for you to evaluate me online on here.
Okay. Find your camera.
Since prior somebody in the chat was like, "Oh, this dude doesn't have no confidence." All right.
Okay. I would say the first thing that I notice is a lack of smiling. Every single photo is like when we look at that.
I have a crooked smile. You don't see? There's a reason.
Oh, okay, but you're asking for my critique though. So I
No.
that,
I'm not mad at it. I'm just letting you know why.
Okay. Gotcha. So I would say if you ever do feel confident with your smile, I would say smile. You have a lot of casual pictures where you're kind of like, just bumming it, which is normal. Everybody bums it. But I would maybe take a couple where you're at your best. Something fresh, something clean. Even if it's a t-shirt, like it's a fresh t-shirt, nice and crispy. Maybe if you have like a button-up shirt, something that's showcasing, like even something like this, you have, it's a little neater and tighter. I would actually like pose for the photograph. There are tripods. You can have someone take your picture. Most men take just like selfies and they're usually like shooting up. So I would say the best thing you could probably do is just to like pose in a picture where you're actually like, it's not a selfie. Yeah, a lot of them are just kind of like selfie angles. So she could definitely get a feel for your personality because you do a lot of videos. So that's good. She can get a feel for your personality. Oh, I finally found a smiling photo. Took about 20 to get through. I would say, and also when you smile with your eyes. A lot of people don't smile with their eyes. They'll just kind of smile with their face. But when you think about something funny, and it feels really corny doing it, but a lot of times you have to think about something that actually makes you, either laugh or smile, and you could see it in your eyes. There's a difference between that smile and just kind of like this. So I would say there's definitely room for improvement. I would definitely consult somebody who maybe has, if you know somebody who has really great fashion sense. That's what I did when I wanted to kind of revamp my wardrobe, look at people that I really liked, but they might give you a couple of pieces that will help you to put your best foot forward. Free consultation on the live.
Yeah, listen, I was about to jump in and try to see, like, listen, look at me.
Wait a minute, you might want to incorporate this into your content, like, maybe do one here and there. Like, that might not be.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a bad idea.
Most men do not value getting feedback. I have found the guys are a bit hard-headed when it comes to that kind of thing.
Even if it's just marketing, I think it would just be good for marketing for different types of content.
Remember the earlier comment about the men on here that are mature. Nobody wild out. We didn't like, what the hell? Why? We just said, oh, okay, cool. Kept it moving.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, Yonci, I appreciate the honest feedback, because now, I don't have too many women like actually like critiquing profiles to help improve my chances of acquiring someone that maybe it's, and then with an app like Instagram, they say it's like one of the biggest dating apps unofficially. Yeah. So I mean, why not?
It's a huge network.
So
I know you said that you can't afford the dentist or the ortho, but the thing that you want to keep in mind that it, like, aside from probably someone's weight, teeth are so big. They're so big, and our subconscious mind associates that to health and things like that. So I wouldn't say immediately rule it out in the sense of finances. There are financial plans that people can do. I don't know your situation, but I'm just saying there might be situations, there might even be programs that some dentists have if you're willing to show your before and after and do things like that. So I would just simply say, don't immediately go to, I don't have the money, it's $6,000. Yes, Greg?
Can I say this?
I feel like a teacher. Yes, Greg?
I heard this a while ago and it stuck with me. You can't be mad at the results you didn't get for the work you didn't put in. So if you're looking for a certain result, whether it's with women, business, whatever, you got to put the work into it. So if you feel like, changing your smile is going to enhance your chances or whatever, or change your results with women, then put the work in and just do it. Like what you prioritize is what you're going to, prioritize. So if it's not a priority to you, then I'm not saying this disrespectfully, you can't complain about it.
And I'm going to switch gears a little bit too. Women love a good time. So if a guy is negative, if he comes across as negative at all, they love to laugh. As women really go for guys to make them laugh. They love confidence and feeling good around a guy. So at the very least, make sure you're bringing that energy. And I know it's hard to do if you're like striking out. It's hard, hard to be positive. But what I have seen, because you've been following my page for a while, the impression I got is that sometimes you can have a little bit of negative energy if you don't understand something. And that's just perspective. That is.
So you want me to be always positive?
Yes.
And lie? And lie? And lie about the things that we're talking about?
You're reminding me very much of someone else who was on this show. Very much.
You should always be positive.
Because I can lie and be positive. Yeah, all right. Nice. Okay,
so
tell me more.
Your mind equates positivity with lying. That's what your mind equates positivity with lying.
No, not necessarily. Well, in this example that you're putting out there, I mean, you're saying that like I'm pretty much very negative for the most part, and not to say that
lying.
But is it more on? No, I mean like when I mean by like if I see something, or if there's people in your comments that are being so out of touch on reality or anything like that, then do you want me to just lie and just be like, yeah, okay, I support your delusion. Great.
But that's not what I'm talking. that's not what I'm talking about. There's a difference between like a doom and gloom personality where the glass is half empty and woe is me, everything is bad. That is different from somebody articulating themselves and saying, I disagree. Most of the guys on this panel, well, I don't think I really see Greg interact too much, but most guys have pushed back on stuff that women have said, but they don't come across as negative Nancy. So I am giving you feedback as a total stranger. I don't know you in quote unquote real life. I know you off Instagram. But the way that you present, your energy presents kind of dark. So even in the comments on, getting the link, as I'm going back responding to people, by the time I got to yours, you're like, yeah, because you're going to ignore my comment. You have
because I was being because you have done that before. Like you just like, oh man, this dude again. And I get it. I can be annoying. I can be like, I have a sort of negative energy. I get it, but I don't try to like, I don't just like, oh, this is where I'm gonna wake up and I'm gonna be so negative. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna ignore everybody. I don't do that.
And this is where it can be really helpful. This panel, we've become, would you say it's fair, Nayusi? We're kind of like family at the point, kind of like maybe a little dysfunctional family at times, but we're like a little family. There's
who's on.
What you say?
And plus, if everyone's
joining us,
that is true.
Who's on?
And plus, if you have everyone here that's always agreeable and always say yes, okay, that would be a boring ass platform to watch.
Yonci,
Have you met Willie? Have you met Willie? Willie is the most disagreeable person. So I'm not talking
Yonci,
about.
can I talk to my brother?
Please, Ma. And I'm just gonna sip my wine.
Yeah. So it's a difference between being lying and being pessimistic. And I believe that
that's the word. Thank you.
Yeah, I believe that men should always be optimistic. I just not even women too, but I think men are the leaders, so I put that on men. I think men should always be optimistic about the things that they can control. I mean, about the things they can't control. The things that you can't control, fix them. But the things you can't control, you should always be optimistic about it. Like I got a woman, so I'm never gonna be the pessimistic one. She might be that way, but I'm always gonna be kind of giving that energy. Everything's gonna be okay, right? Because I'm never defeated. I'm not a victim. I'm always gonna win. And even if I might not win, you see what I'm saying? I'm always gonna win right now. Because it's just, I don't know. It's just what I believe. If you don't believe that, women can feel that. And they don't want to be around insecurity as far as in a man, if that makes sense.
Or negative energy. So I would say this, because we had somebody else.
You on mute again, bro. JS, you on mute.
We had someone on the show and he would complain about his situation. And we would all, from a loving place, give feedback. And every single piece of feedback we gave, he combated it. He would just swat it away like a fly. And so at some point, we just kind of were like, I don't know what you want. And in that way, you remind me a bit of him. And so this group of people can be your greatest blessing if you let it. Because we don't have skin in the game. Like, we're going to go on with our lives. We don't have a reason to make stuff up or whatever. We genuinely all pretty much have a heart of wanting to help people improve, especially if they seem like they have a desire to improve. Absolutely. So you can either take in the information from strangers and level up and become what you want, or you can spend your energy refuting or explaining why you did what you did. For me, my dream was to be able to hear what strangers had to say because I wanted to know how I was presenting to the world. It doesn't matter what I felt or intended. What matters is the impact that I make based on my decisions. And so that's how I started out on this quest, just asking men questions. I was very curious to know and understand the world around me so that I could show up in the way I wanted and get the results that I wanted. So I implore you to take whatever we have shared tonight and just chew on it, because I would not want nothing more than for you to send me a message one day and say, oh my God, met my dream girl, and we're super happy. I want that for everyone. I love love, and I want that for everybody. Get off my soapbox now. Cheers. Thank you, Dre. Thank you.
Oh man. Listen, all I can say to that, Yonci, is like I get it. And I know that I can come off as, I guess, pessimistic. But if you've been in my shoes, right, and I'm not trying to excuse it, right, or maybe I am, I don't know. You can take it how
I'm
you
gonna
want.
say it comes out that way.
But either way, if you have been in my shoes as far as the dating aspect goes, a lot of men in my shoes would have just been like, you know what, F these women, and I don't want to have nothing to do with them anymore. I'm gonna just live the rest of my life by myself, and I'm gonna just go on right after sunset. But I'm not like that because I want to be able to acquire the love that my parents had, the love that my grandparents had on both sides. So and I believe that it is feasible, but day by day we see content every day on social media, and it's like, well, damn, do dudes like me, average dudes, below average to average dudes like me, have a chance?
Can I ask you a question?
And,
Yes.
you know,
Can I
what's
ask you a
up?
question? What do you think why do you think a lot of your encounters with women don't work out?
There's a bunch of reasons. We can go all night with this, honestly.
Who's to blame, you think?
Both.
Only one constant.
I take. Listen, I know that I can be the common denominator. Like I'm not gonna run away from accountability. I know that there are times where it is me, and I've told, and I have an ex that I'm friends with now that I blame myself for our relationship not furthering the relationship that we had because I was afraid to commit, because I wasn't ready to take that next step at the age I was in right now. I still wanted to explore. I still wanted to like grow into myself. I felt like I haven't been there yet. And you know, having someone beside me helped, but at the same time, I still wanted to be able to maximize my full potential.
Right.
Question: Do you think that you're in control of your reality, or how much of your reality and your experiences do you think you are in control
of? A good amount. I mean, not 100%.
Do you think that you can change your luck with women? Not even. I want to say. I'm sorry for saying luck. Do you think that you can change your disposition
Outcome?
currently with women?
Yeah.
Yeah, outcomes.
I mean, possibly, but really, it's up to the women to decide that outcome because
I think
most of the
that's the
time,
problem. It's not up to them. They think it's up to them. You know, it's not up to them.
Talk that talk, man.
but then how is it not up to them because they have to meet me halfway? Do they not?
So this is the thing, right? A lot of women are going to meet you, and they may say in their head like I know for me, even dealing with women on the internet, I knew my strengths, I knew my weaknesses. So I knew a woman might have not been like years ago when I was young. I knew a woman might not have been into me based on my profile, but I knew once she saw me in person, it was over. Right? I knew how she would feel in person when she saw me. In her head, she's like, "Oh, she didn't even know who I was. She didn't notice me. She didn't know what I was." Right? But I knew that me and you are going to be real acquainted 2 weeks from now. She didn't know that. And a lot of women don't feel that way. A lot of women think that they might not be with men, and then they end up with those men for whatever reason.
You sound like you're describing my guy. He's like, we go together. You just don't know yet.
Like you didn't know.
So does that outcome always happen?
No. So in layman's terms, what he's trying to say is that you control the narrative.
Yeah.
Like you control how the direction of which way the ship is going to sail. Like
I can lead her to the river,
right? It don't mean 100%.
I can lead her to the river. That doesn't mean she's gonna drink the water from it.
But you're not. But you're only leading the people who actually rock with you. So, like going back to like what Mont and them had said is that ultimately, if I'm
Right, they gotta. Yes, it's halfway.
No, it's not halfway. So what happens is that I go and I introduce the best version of myself. You're either going to rock with it or you're not going to rock with it. Based upon that, let's say, even if it's 10% of people that rock with me and I rock with them, at that point, I'm going to lead because as a man, I lead. So I'm going to say, like I said, we go together or we're going to do this. And then, like I said, you only have to be right twice, like once, maybe twice.
Let me give you a better example. So just personally, this is something that I picked up on that I do. Whenever I enter a room and I'm going to somewhere new for the first time, I always speak first. And the reason why I do that is because I get to set the tone of the energy that I'm bringing when I'm entering the room. So even if somebody's on something negative or whatever, I'm coming with a positive energy. So I get to control the quote unquote control the narrative because of the energy that I'm bringing into the room initially. But it's the same thing when you're dating women. When you're approaching a woman and you come in with the right energy and you have an intent, whatever the desired outcome is that you have, as long as you're coming with that energy and you're confident with it, she's gonna rock with you.
I think you need to be able to like right now, the energy that you are giving off is that you don't deserve these things out of life. So like even let's say whatever creator, let's say whatever God bestowed upon you the ability to be in this power position and leverage position with women, you don't even know how to handle it right now. Let's say you walked out and you knew every woman wanted you. You don't really know how to you would kind of like almost fumble it because you're kind of not confident with it, if that makes sense. Like let's say
how do you decipher that from an hour plus of being here?
Because to a degree you gotta lead these interactions, these energies. You gotta lead. You gotta know that a woman wants you. Like you gotta know what women like. You gotta know your strengths, your weaknesses, your dispositions. You already know you need.
I know that.
You know if you got your teeth done, that will help you, right? That's something that you probably already thought about. You probably priced it and all that. You know the things that you can do that can influence a woman's behavior or the way she sees you. Cause you did. I'm assuming you got your teeth priced because you said 6,000, and that is a relatively typical price. So you know that could influence a woman.
But why does that have to be the ultimate factor?
It's not the
I get my teeth fixed now. Women are gonna flock to me.
No.
That doesn't make sense to me.
I never said that. I don't know who said that. Somebody else might have said that on here. I didn't say that. But what I'm saying is that is a part of the puzzle that you understand. I'm just trying to get on the consensus that you understand that will put you in a better position, right?
Whatever happened to take me as I am?
That's not a real thing. Hold on, that's not real.
Okay,
but do you understand that if you different things that you probably, and I'm not even saying that you need to get your teeth done. You brought that up, and that's something that you feel like you would like to get done. Now, you understand that women might look at you differently if you did get it. That's all I'm trying to say. Do you understand that?
Like I said, I do and I don't about that.
All right, so let's take the teeth out, right? Let's take the teeth out. Let's say you got in a tip-top shape physically. You understand that will put you in a better position with women.
But I don't understand that because you have 300, 400-pound dudes out here that are, that can't breathe correctly. They out here getting women. Even Yonci said herself. Even Yonci said herself. She'll date a big boy.
Let's take the weight out. Let's take the weight out. You know that if you made a lot of money, if you made $2-3 million a year, that will put you in a better position with women, right?
Even with money, like there's broke dudes out here that get women too.
Okay. Let me try this.
But I get what you're saying though. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But what I'm saying is that there's always there's a counterpoint to your points that you're trying to make.
Not a counterpoint, but there's always something that you can
control in your life.
Can do.
Do you have any control in your life over women liking you, or do you feel that fundamentally it is completely 100% out of your control?
Other than the initial, hey, how you doing, and a conversation, not really.
Then that's where we get off the train. There's no point in mine. If you fundamentally think that it is completely out of your control, you are never going to have success with women.
No, he understands this. He just said some broke men get women, right? Why do some broke men get women, Jazz?
Because of their mouthpiece.
Exactly. So he has an asset. Why do some rich men get women?
Because they lead with their money and their mouthpiece as well.
So he has an asset. Why do attractive men get women?
I'm gonna go with asset for 200.
He has an asset, right? Which is his looks.
Looks matter.
All of these men have different assets, and these assets can weigh differently. If you got a lot of money, that's a big asset right there in the dating game. If you are attractive and you're tall or you got a beard, these are all assets that you can add these things together, and it's like, ding, 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 ding. The women are like, pick me, These are
charisma. Talk a woman out of her drawers. That's an asset.
Each of these things are like you can add them together, or you might only have one or two of them. That's cool, but you got to understand that these men have different things. The broke man, the fat man, What are you still on here?
I think he dropped off briefly. I think he's probably still around. He came off and came on a couple times.
True, he'll be back.
Yeah.
He's going to understand this. I hate when I walk away from stuff that are simple and people don't understand it. I can't do it. I gotta it
really is simple.
And it's not like he don't understand it. He does understand it. It's just
but it's a mentality though, because I see women the same way where they say they want to live in an ideal world. And I remember my daddy used to always say this. He's like, don't hate the game, learn the rules. If you sit there and talk about the fact, focus on the fact, I don't like that there are rules, I don't like that there's a game, you're already screwed.
The sad part is that he doesn't understand that a lot of his problem is self-inflicted.
But
I think it's like
not a lot of the problem, and the large majority of it.
Yeah.
But it's like,
and that's the thing, you can't, if it's mental, they have to want to make the change.
Yeah, you can't
because you could give him an amazing body, you could give him the sexiest, face, you could give him tons of money, but like I believe it was not said, he's gonna fumble the ball if it's mentally isn't there.
Yeah, he's gonna find something to make it negative.
Yeah, and honestly, this is like what all the red pill stuff come from. It's like and it's not fair, right? But fair is a man-made concept. Fair is a man-made concept, not real.
But I'm sorry, y'all. There's a super chat.
There's a sense of leverage where you can control the fairness. Like you said, man, like you can stuff that you can do to improve certain areas of your life.
Yeah.
I think here's what I think. I think he's probably had some good experiences, didn't realize it or recognize it.
I think he
wasn't in the right headspace.
He didn't,
you know what I mean? Like there's probably was some girl was like, oh, okay, and then
he said that. He said he
walked away and was like, nah, I'm straight because
he got his heart broke.
Yeah,
But I guarantee you, if I pick some person off my page and said she wants a relationship, I guarantee you there's gonna be someone that he says, nah, I don't want that person. He's not gonna call shallow. He's not gonna call superficial. He's gonna be like, nah, I got this to be attracted to it.
But you touched on it earlier. If he's not gonna be able to listen, it's not gonna work. And he was sounding a lot like old boy. And every time somebody tries to
I had a whole flashback.
Yeah.
I had a whole flashback. I almost started calling him Junior, and I was like, let me not do that to him.
He wasn't listening, but it's like at a certain point, like you just I'm gonna back you into a corner. Like you just gonna have to look crazy. You just gonna have to look completely crazy. But I'm gonna get you into the tightest corner that I can possibly get you in. Pause. No.
We got another super chat. Thank you, Keita.
Why do these women not join the panel?
So do we have?
See, wouldn't she?
What was that?
Why don't the women join the panel? I know Lynette does, so I'll remove her from that. But join the panel, ladies.
I know. You guys, they're nice. The guys are nice. They'll be kind to you.
Not all the time, but we're we do it in love.
Was there any more questions after this, or I don't know if we got through all of them or what?
She was probably trying to jump us. She was probably trying to jump off on us like she usually does, till she started getting hit with these super chats.
I mean, mine has been sliding me a little something else. So we keep going. Okay, let's talk about this one. I think you guys will have a lot to say about this one.
Okay. Is sitting here. We're talking about this guy that Sydney used to date. Went on one date with, and she's talking all about how cute and romantic the date was. What y'all do on the date?
It was so thoughtful. We went to dinner. We went got drinks. We came back to an apartment that he rented out. Did sip and paint. He bought his matching white T-shirt so that my clothes didn't get dirty. I'm telling her, I'm like, it was so cute, so thoughtful. I'm showing her pictures.
And I'm like, I have that photo. Like, I'm looking at this picture of Sydney in her white T-shirt doing sip and paint.
And she's like, I did the same thing with him.
We went on these same exact date.
Because both he did the same thing for both of us. And we're just putting it together.
We went on the exact same date. Probably like a month apart, like less than a month apart from each other.
We were both wearing white T-shirts. He
bought us.
He both took film camera pictures of us and sent it to us like, oh, this was so cute. Memories.
She's
the exact same picture.
She's sitting there talking about, oh, he took the cutest film picture of me. And I'm thinking, I have a film picture from Peyton. It is the exact. I'm gonna overlay the pictures.
No, it's the exact.
We have the exact same outfit on.
And you know who you are. And I think that honestly, I applaud you because you're probably gonna see this. I applaud you. It was very thoughtful, but just know that we're putting it together.
We were literally sitting here talking about. We think so highly of this person. We had the best date of our life. He is such a good dater. We're both thinking it's the same person. But not only is it the same person, it's the same date.
The same person, the same day. He both got his white T-shirts, and we both took the same film picture. He probably both took of us and was like, "Oh, let's have a cute picture. Let's take a cute memory." The same. Let's overlay it.
We're gonna overlay it because
we're gonna overlay.
There was time between these two things. Okay, and he had the time to replicate the same exact date. And then make us each feel like we had our
so special. I swear, I was on top of the world. I was like, this man.
I was like, I had never done something so thoughtful, so fun, so creative. He bought the canvases, bought the
canvas, bought the paint, bought a T-shirt for us to change into because we didn't want our clothes to get dirty.
Sydney's sitting here talking about we have a cute film picture. I said,
wait, I have a film picture. I said, oh, really? Do you? Do you?
Moral of the story.
If you see this, we actually do love you.
We do love you, but also like men are hilarious.
Don't date in New York. You're gonna be dating the same person.
Yeah. Well, I might as well just date Sydney. Bye.
My man.
Point proven that women go after the same type of men.
Yeah.
No,
but good on him though.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
You know, in reality, right?
And if he smashed them both, even better.
In reality, it might not be.
Probably did.
It's a possibility that this not like his. He's not trying to like pull a fast one on all the women. Maybe he just that's like his thing of like I like the paint and this is something I know. And he happens to take pictures on his little camera. So it's very possible that maybe he just went on to take a date with two different women. He's like painting set.
Right.
But he might just be a sniper, and he might have like took both of them down. And he should have a Facebook group for all of the girls that eventually catch him and be like, listen, just join the Facebook group. Join the Facebook group. It's all the other girls in there too. Y'all can kind of like share stories and stuff like that.
You know there are like Facebook groups for that. Like my cousin, she'll be in some of the groups, and she tells me about it. Like they'll be like, "Yeah, I dated him too, and he did this and he did that," and it's literally like,
yeah. But he needs to be the admin of the Facebook group. That's the thing.
Facts.
Or else they're going to think they're doing something. He has to be the admin.
You guys.
He definitely has a time. They were just alike.
Have a Facebook group called Paint and Sip Guy, like, and just like, come on in, ladies. Like,
That's funny.
Yo,
Peyton said
So,
guys.
Ma, I know you. So, Ma, I know you was in the middle of talking to me, and my apologies. My phone died, and that's why I got cut out. But
Oh yeah. No, I was just talking about
yeah, I hear you, man. Listen, it's it. I hear you guys, and y'all are being very helpful. So, but I still got some things in my mindset that I'm still kind of like not understanding. To which that's why I was like kind of counterpointing, each one of your points there.
yeah.
But I mean, you're not wrong, and I know I'm not wrong either because I see it in reality and in the internet as well.
So what is your current position on like our last conversation? So I was pointing out the assets that different men have and they utilize in order to get women or to make them laugh, to make them, feel away. What is your position on that conversation?
I mean, if men have some sort of cheat code to acquire the type of women that they want, who knows what the outcome is? I don't, that's all subjective on the dude. Like, there's dudes that the outcome is sex. There's dudes that the outcome is a companion. The outcome is marriage. What have you?
Yeah.
It's all depending on case by case.
Yeah. I think
So
your energy.
that's my thoughts about it.
Okay. I think your energy is like, because sometimes I talk to people who like don't believe in stereotypes. And honestly, typically most of the time is women for whatever reason, but sometimes like I talk to people who don't believe in stereotypes, and I think that that's part of why they don't see success in certain things. I think patterns are so important, and if you're a human and you don't recognize patterns, you're just not utilizing the gift you were given. If you're any type of creature and you're not recognizing patterns, you're not, you're putting yourself at a disadvantage. Like all of these things have patterns. Women have patterns. Like you shouldn't act like you don't know the outcome of anything. Like, oh, I just never know you can assume certain outcomes and you might be wrong sometimes, but you should be right most of the time based on patterns. So when you're talking about, oh yeah, certain guys have this, certain guys have that, you just never know. No, you got to know sometimes, and you'll just be better off in life if you just feel like sometimes, if that makes sense. Like, I know what women like. I know what they look for. I know what a guy who looks like he don't get women look like. I know what a girl who look like she ain't had no D in a while look like, and like most men don't give her no attention, except on a late night.
So a lot of women like men that are physically fit, that have a bunch of money in their bank account, and have a riz about them, basically.
Those are all things that women typically like. And physically fit doesn't have to mean super fit, but it just got to mean that you look like you go to the gym sometimes.
And not sloppy. Because sometimes he's a bigger guy, but he's not sloppy with how he dresses.
And they might like that more than the guy that look like he goes to the gym a lot.
Yeah.
Let's be clear.
Wait, say that again, Yonci. You kind of cut out when you were saying. I didn't get all that.
I said it's not always about being like chiseled, because personally, I've never liked a super duper chiseled guy. I've always liked the more like football, bigger, beefy kind of guy. But my thing is, even if he is bigger, he's not sloppy. Some people are, even women, some bigger women, they know how to dress for their body type. So, is he trying to wear
like a David Ortiz? So like David Ortiz, you know who David Ortiz is or was? Well, he's still alive, but
I'll Google him.
The baseball player?
Big Poppy.
I think it's baseball player, right?
Yeah.
Big Poppy. Yeah. Big Poppy.
I don't know what his body look like.
Yeah, that build.
He's a big guy.
That's my type. That's my type. That's my type.
Okay.
I always say a man that looks like he's not gonna blow away in the wind. Like a good gust comes along and he's still solid. But for me, it's about how he dresses. If he dresses, oh, good night, Jacob. I'm super late. If he dresses well, and I don't mean designers. I don't even like designers. So actually,
I think the main thing though is the question is, did you try
for your body?
Like, did you try to put some effort into your outfit, or your grooming? Like, there's just a level of care. And I think the level, how well you take care of yourself is going to determine the caliber of woman that you're going to attract. Thanks. So if you're not, and it's not to say that the way you look right now,
I agree with that. Yeah.
The way you look right now, you might get a lot of women the way you look right now. They may not be the women you want, but you can get a caliber of women the way you look right now.
Also, like you can even you can even steer the type of women that you attract based on how you dress and and how you like when women get more mature, they start to like different things than they do when they're not as mature. So like you can be depending on how you sit and your mannerisms. Like a more mature woman might be like, "Oh, I'm attracted to this," versus a younger woman who might be like, "Oh, I'm not really into that," or a woman who's just less mature. Like for example, I can put on a bunch of chains and like a bunch of jewelry, and I know what type of woman I'm gonna get when I walk outside. That's me. That's me social engineering. Like I know that the women that I do get probably gonna think I got money. I'm not gonna have to really give them none. I'm just gonna have to kind of show them an experience real quick, and then they're gonna give it up, right? So you got to know like the social engineering aspect of how to get your ideal outcome out of the people around you. If that makes sense.
Very true. Yeah.
Do y'all feel like dating has become transactional since you mentioned, oh, I gotta shut out a little coin to get her attention to get some play?
I think dating
Do you feel like dating has become transactional nowadays?
I think dating is what you make it.
Yeah.
It can be transactional if you want it to be. It's always going to be to some degree transactional.
Yeah,
but
so
it just depends on the
right.
real quick. Yeah.
Here's the key factor in that you're going to agree to whatever you agree to. So if a woman, if you understand a woman is like, okay, I'll go out with you for this, or I'll do this for this, and you agree to it, then you know that at some point that there's a transaction happening at some point. But if you're like, nah, I'm not on that type of time, I want this, and I'm not giving you this, then you're coming with a different energy. Like you have to know what you want going into the situation for it to be any type of transaction.
And it's all about consciousness too, right? Like a woman can see you and she can say in her head, "Oh, I would have sex with him," right? But when you're around her, she's not conscious of like, "Oh, he got money, he'll give me some money, then I'll have sex with him." Right? If you're conscious of the transaction, then yeah, it'll feel a little weird, but we all like a woman know that you want to do it to her when because you're a man. Just based off you're a man, she know you want to do it to her. That doesn't make everything that y'all want to do transactional. But she knows in the back of her head, he wants sex from me.
Yeah, some transactions you want.
And everything is a transaction if you look at it that way. Like, I'll have your babies and you put a roof over my head. Like, everything is, if you think of it that way, but it's not. I don't look at it as a negative thing. Everything is about, does this work for me? Even friendships could be somewhat transactional. Like, I want you to listen to my problems, then you listen to my problems. I need to go into the movies. You need someone to go to the movies. So there's a lot of practical stuff. Like, nobody does anything for 100% benevolence. Even when you're talking about helping people, it feels good to help people. So even in helping people, sometimes there's a little bit of something in for you. So I wouldn't look at it so
if they
much.
don't say thank you, you'll be like, I wish I'll take it back.
Right.
I know this nigga did not just take this $100 and act like I just gave him 50 cents.
Everybody wants to feel good about themselves.
Yeah.
But I think in the context of what you're saying is that I think I'm kind of when I go and I date or I have experiences, I'm really trying to enjoy myself with the person that I deal with. So I think it's just you choosing and finding relatively good quality people and just having a good time, because to me, that transactional in the sense of you're coming on the date so you can eat food and potentially, like, it's not an interview to me. Like, I have so much fun on all my dates. I can't tell you the last time I've not enjoyed a date, because I curate the people that I pick very well. So we'll end up having good experiences, even if we don't go forward from there. So I think it can be, if you pick from good ponds and you find good quality people, you can always enjoy yourself in dating. I don't think it has to be a negative experience.
Yeah, and I feel like people who bring up the whole word transaction are the people who feel like that they didn't get something in return. Like most of the time when you're dating in a situation and you're getting something in return, you're not complaining about it. Like the people who are complaining about a transaction situation is because they feel like they got short and short end of the stick to some extent. But like if a woman went into a situation like wanting a relationship and a guy didn't want that, then she's gonna feel like the sex was a transaction. It wasn't. It was no outcome from it. We had sex and that was it.
JS, do you believe? Are you? I guess. Are you looking for like? Are you looking for something unconditional, like love, like some type of unconditional love?
That would be
Sorry,
nice.
y'all. I
Yeah.
did not see I had a super chat from Shantae. I was 3 minutes behind. My bad. Woo, Shantae. Thank you, darling. Okay.
Come on and join the panel. Come on.
What you saying, JS?
Yeah.
What you saying, JS?
I was saying that would be.
Stop.
That would be
All that
nice.
money that just got sent to you. Why you ain't even updated?
I did.
Well, it was love
update it.
offerings.
I did update it.
Was those love offerings everybody been sending you? You gotta
The
ask.
ones that come in on YouTube, yeah, I said dollar cash app for the ones that it's so extension. Anything with YouTube where they take 30, 40, 60% off, that's hard to mathematically.
I don't think she was aware of that. I don't think Shantae came on with that.
I don't think Yonci is. Hold on.
Look, I'm nice. I get great.
Am I hearing music?
Yeah.
Are y'all hearing music, or is it just me?
Yeah, it's music. He's trying to pull it back.
This is when the live.
All right, you can turn it off now. I'll take money. We good now.
I'm so sick of y'all. Y'all don't want me to cupcake. Oh God. Oh
Cut that out.
God. he said scram.
Did we ever get to, and not to cut off the brother if he was going to finish up his statement, but was there any other questions that we got? Did we get into all the questions or no? Because I know I came in late.
We don't want to hear no more of them questions.
Oh, okay, I didn't know. I was just wondering if we were supposed to be prepared.
All right, so JS, you said you are looking for something unconditional.
Yes, for the most part.
Okay, you do know that love. I believe that love is unconditional, but relationships are always going to be conditional. Like whether you're friends, romantic partners.
You can get that up.
I mean, by default, yeah, you could say that, but then you can build to the unconditional.
Yeah, I guess some people probably could achieve that, where it's like, oh, you can cheat on me and all that type of stuff, and I still kind of want to be in a relationship with you. But for most people, there's conditions inside of that relationship. Like I can love you, right? And just because you cheat on me today don't mean I don't love you tomorrow. I would be immature if I just was like, I don't love you no more. But I'm not going to be with you, right? You'll probably still have feelings for that individual, possibly, and that love might feel like hate. It's still love, right? It just might have transformed into a feeling of hate, and that's what you're feeling. But that'll go away soon. And you'll miss that. Like you go through different phases of heartbreak, but you're not just going to a relationship is conditional. So y'all got conditions on that relationship. You might be the person who pay bills in your household. You might be the person who just take care of the kids while she go out and pay bills. But if you start not wanting to take care of the kids, she gonna be like, what's going on? That's not our deal, right? We hold people that we got standards for people,
But you can grow. But what I'm saying is that you can grow to that unconditional part, to whereas okay, like that's my person. I'm gonna love that person no matter what.
So
just like how we grow to condition to love our kids, however and whatever they do, we're still gonna have love for them.
Yeah. So when you say you'll still have love for people, are you saying that you'll still be with that person no matter what, or you'll still love them no matter what?
Now, being with that person, that's different. I can love you from afar, for the most part. But just because I love your condition doesn't mean that we have to be together.
So I agree with you. So are you so you're not looking for an unconditional relationship, right? You're just looking for, of course, we all want the love part. But
I mean, I wanted to grow into the unconditionals, like take that last part I said out about, oh, I can love you unconditionally, but we don't have to be together. Like, I want to love you unconditionally and be together. Like, if you do some effery, you know, then that's different. But if you haven't done anything that will warrant me to, separate from you, then yes, I want to grow into the unconditional part. I want to be able to have our love for each other be to whereas okay, we're right here with each other, here, everywhere else. We're linked, and we just know
Yeah.
what we got going on with each other.
Okay, so what it sounds like is, let me know if I'm correct. You want a type of relationship where, as if you get old and ugly, you can't walk anymore, or there's certain things that you just can't do anymore. You feel differently. You want that type of relationship where you guys can still love each other and be there for each other, but you're not saying that like this person can cheat on you or put their hands on you and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, that's fairly accurate.
Okay, because those are conditions. I think you just mean like more of like the you want somebody that's going to love you no matter how you look or how you
Love me
smell and
for
all
me,
that. Love you for you. Yeah. And
basically.
yeah, that's a reasonable expectation to want in a lifelong partner. But that's also just a conditional relationship because there are certain limits to that, if that makes sense.
No, that I mean, yeah, two things can be true, right? So of course, I hear you.
Yeah. So
I'm
all
not
right,
disagreeing with that.
we on the same page. But I guess do you want to have to like kind of like become more of reach more of your potential to get the women that you want, or you just don't you feel like you don't want to have to do that?
I don't want a woman that is waiting at the finish line for me. If and when I become a finished product, like I don't want her to like just sit there and wait on me. And then, she'll reap the benefits from that, even though I had to struggle along the way to get to where I want to be. Like I don't want and also like I don't want that, woman to just reap the benefits. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel as though like okay, so there's that condition, right? Like now she's conditioning me to just, come through with everything for her. And if I'm lacking somewhere, then it's she out the door.
Okay.
Like I don't want somebody like that.
Do you feel like so in this? Do you feel like let's say you reach your potential, right? Of whoever that person is, right? You reach your potential, and there was a
Mhm.
woman that you were with. You feel like she's not really sacrificing anything at that point.
I mean, she could, but it all just depends on what the sacrifice is.
Okay, because I think like once you
I,
let's
I, I'm not aware of her what she is sacrificing and what she is coming into because everyone has their own shit, right?
yeah.
So I'm well aware of like I know I'm going to be well aware of her problems, her what she's bringing to me, and then it's up to me to whether or not I want to uh take that upon the dynamic or just be like, you know what? Nah, I don't think this is the right timing or the right, motion or whatever. So we just
Yeah.
gonna end it before it gets any deeper.
Okay, because I know for me, like being with a woman, like she's sacrificing this period because I need compliance. Like, so it's not like, oh, I'm this guy and you get to kind of like just do it. Like, no, I need compliance. So that's a sacrifice within itself. Of you're like literally giving somebody else a type of control over you to some degree.
But do you feel like a lot of these women today will do that?
Yeah, I think a lot of them will.
Okay.
You gotta put yourself in a position that like that those are the women that you have access to and you're attracting. You know, they're out here like I don't even see the other types of women. I don't even see them. Like I'm one of them people that I don't want no parts of of a particular type of woman. I don't want to be around them. I don't want to look at them like them. Yeah, I don't.
Damn,
I hate them.
I think we're losing the panel. Dropping one by
I'm
one.
here, brother. I'm here.
He
I'm here.
just had to run. He'll be back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I think it's a lot of women that are willing to be compliant. You know what I'm saying? You just gotta. It's a certain energy that you want. They need to feel secure. They need to feel safe around you. You know, secure in just different ways. A lot of women are willing to be compliant. Like, listen, I would not be with my woman if she was like. I can just it can just be me, my kids, and my money with if a woman not willing to give me compliance. Like, and I can just continue to just get what I want from women. But I would, in order to be in a relationship, that's what part of what I need is compliance from her. So because you can't leave without
So
that.
that's the main component. So that's the main component is she has to be compliant.
With me, it's a very big component. Is that the main component? Yeah, that's the main component for me. Before looks, I mean, I guess looks would come first because that's the first thing you see. But
see, mine would be respect. Like you gotta respect me. If once you respect me, I respect you. You know, once that's established, then we can go from there. You know,
yeah,
because you don't want to be with someone that doesn't respect you, obviously.
yeah.
So that's my main component is respect and honesty. You know, be honest because I'm gonna be honest. So
I think that is like kind of not one and the same, but those are like kind of very related. The compliance and the respect part.
they're related, yeah.
Yeah, those are extremely related. But yeah, man, I think I don't know. I think you've been receptive to like what we're talking about. I think you do understand that like you can kind of shape your reality to some degree. You can kind of
I gotta
control
give you
your
props.
outcomes a little bit.
Sorry, no, go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, you see.
No, I was gonna say I gotta give you props because I didn't think you was coming back. And then you came back willing to listen. So that's what's up because we've gone through this before with somebody that was the exact opposite. And we do this in love, man. You're gonna get this, you're gonna get in love here. You're not gonna get in love.
I left because listen, I was hoping I'd come back because I didn't want you to think I rage quit. I just I'm using like 2 devices here, and this device is low on battery too. So I have a bad habit of not charging my gadgets when I'm basically out of the house all day long this time of year. So thankfully I have a vehicle that charges up my stuff while I'm on the road and everything. But yeah, I didn't want. Yeah, I heard about that other guy, and I'm definitely not going to be a rage quitter and just be like, oh, these MFers, they don't know shit, whatever. I don't want to be a part of this, And like with Yonci, like she is, there were times where I thought about, man, is this woman really like no male nature, like no like our issues and stuff? And to my surprise, she does. So that's why I'm still able to stick with her and to follow her content and everything like that. Now, these days from a little bit afar because, like I said, I'm very busy with my own stuff I got going on. But I'm still like once I get time to log into my social media, especially Instagram, she's one of the first few scrolls that I see discussing good topics, good content, good conversation. Um, so that's why I'm able to stick around and be like, maybe I can learn something. And this has definitely been a good learning experience because I know my flaws. I know that all the things that everyone's been saying on this live, are fairly accurate. But that's because I'm about at my wits' end when it comes to dating, when it comes to women, because a lot of them aren't women of their word. A lot of them say one thing, and that's what I'm saying, the honesty and respect thing. Like when I don't get it, then I don't want to fuck with them anymore. That's just plain and simple. These days, like, especially in 2025, like I'm not playing any games anymore. I'm getting older. Like I'm trying to find the right people for what I got going on. And I know it's going to be difficult. And I know that my attitude and my demeanor and everything like that turns a lot of women off. But if you look past the surface level, to which I feel like a lot of dating is all surface level. You look past that, then y'all can see that I'm a great catch. I'm a great person to be around. I'm a great communicator. I'm compassionate. Yes, I am passionate as well, but I am compassionate. I want for you to achieve all the things that you want to achieve, as you should with me, biggest cheerleader, all that stuff. So, it's just very hard to acquire. Well, I'm not going to say acquire, to keep, because I can acquire, I can get, but it's the keeping part that's been derailing most of my situations within the past, I would say, last year and a half to 2 years that I've been dating.
What was that last part you said?
Basically, the last year and a half to 2 years, like that, the issue is mainly keeping, keeping the wheels going, and somehow it gets derailed at some point. Part of it is on me, other part of it is on her, because usually they walk away. I've walked away as well, but for the most part, is them walking away. So it's like, and nowadays, I don't even care about the reasoning anymore. Because if you want to walk away from this, from all this, what I got going on, and everything that I'm trying to achieve, and all this, then that's your loss, not mine. That's how.
Yeah.
Excuse me. That's how I look at it.
When I used to like walk away from like women in relationships, is because like I never felt like I was never afraid to lose those women, because I never felt like they weren't replaceable, or like I wouldn't go out and find somebody better or nothing like that. And I think that is a real thing with people, of like, where do they kind of rank you in the world? Like, do women look at you and do they feel like, well, yeah, I can find another him, or do they feel like, my chances of finding another him might not be so easy. You kind of want people to feel that way in a relationship with you. You don't want them to feel like you're just, and a lot of that is the work that you put in before the relationship, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and then if I feel like I'm doing all the work, I'm doing all the communicating, initiating, and just not feel the reciprocation, then that's when I bounce as well, because I feel like it is a two-way street, and we got to meet halfway somewhere. If I feel like I'm going above and beyond, and you just showing minimal effort or no effort at all, then what's the point? What's the point of me wanting to stick with you if you don't want to do that? And that's been my main argument, or main like contention with Yonci, and the ladies on that follow her, I don't know what you call it, the hive, I guess. But it's true though, because like a lot of women expect the man to do everything and go above and beyond, while they just sit back and just look pretty. I'm gonna need you to show some effort too. That's,
Sometimes I think a lot of times you gotta teach a woman. You gotta kind of like teach her. Like, I know me. I don't know how old you are, but I know I'm 30. About to be 32 soon.
You can teach them. You can teach. You can teach, but are they willing to learn? Is the key part.
That's the thing.
And a
You
lot of
gotta.
them don't want to learn.
That's where that respect and that compliance come from. That's where that comes in. Like, my woman had learned a lot from me. She did not know how to be in a relationship with somebody like me before. She never had anybody ask for her to be that type of woman. But she had to kind of learn it, you know. She had to kind of learn the way I see the world. Like it's kind of like when a woman gets with you, and it's like a football team with a new head coach. Got a new playbook, whole new playbook. You know, you got that old system don't work here. You got a new system, and you got to kind of learn a new system. That's kind of it's the typical role of a man, a traditional man. You know, you kind of like teach. Like my woman, she didn't before. The idea of like getting my permission before she went on a vacation was foreign to her. She didn't know that. Like that wasn't a thing for her. But she was with me now. So you're not about to just be up and flying nowhere and not telling me and not running that by me and see how I feel about it. It was different with other guys. It's not like that with me. There's a zero tolerance for that. So she kind of had to learn that. But now she knows that, like, and if she ever not with me and with another guy who's like me, she already know like how men like me get down when it comes to stuff like that. I'd like for you to run that by me, see how I feel about it. Do I feel like it's safe? Do I like the people you go on with? You know? Yeah. So yeah, and it's definitely like women like that out here who will respect you. You want a woman who admires you. I think that's a good the key thing to have in a woman. Yeah. I think he's receptive, Yonci. He's been receptive.
Are you enjoying this back and forth, Yonci? Are you even listening?
Look, well, I had to step away for just a second, but I did catch a little bit. But I like it when people are open to hear. I mean, it doesn't hurt to take something in and just marinate it. And you might decide it's not for you, or you decide it is for you. But just being able to listen is amazing. I came back and it looks like everybody had to go to bed. I was going to ask you guys if you could handle one more video.
For sure.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I would love to, but this device is dying, and it's midnight, so I'm gonna have to get home.
Okay.
But
on that drive
I'll
home.
just say this real quick. I'll just say this, Yonci. I appreciate you bringing me on, even though I was kind of being a brat about it. I will admit, because I didn't think you was gonna be like, oh my god, this dude again. Let me just get away from, you know what I'm saying? I understand that I can be a little annoying. But I was glad to, because, but real talk, I did have a baseball game to work, and thankfully it got done very quickly, so I was able to have more time on which to jump on after I was done. So that was another reason. Like it wasn't just simply like, oh my god, she's gonna blow me off, I'm gonna blow her off, whatever. But truthfully, like, I do appreciate you having me on, and I hope to be on another panel. This was fun. Hopefully, do you do co-ed panels, or is it just like men on one night and women on another night? I don't know how you do the format.
Usually the women are worried about their hair or their makeup or whatever. So yeah, they do come on from time to time, and there are a lot of women who have a difficult time being on when Willie is on. I'll be honest, because he's one of a kind. I'll just leave it at that. But please be safe out there on those roads getting home, and appreciate you and adding to the discussion.
Yeah, you're welcome, and I thank you again, guys. Ma, Nayuesi. I don't know how you say it. I'm sorry if I butchered it. But Nayuesi. Good to meet y'all. Good to meet you, brothers. Hopefully we can talk again soon. But yeah, I appreciate it. Have a good night.
Thank you. Good night.
You have a good one.
So this is funny. I saw this video and it was something we had talked about, but he actually commented on it, so I'm gonna let it play.
Anymore now. You know what we appreciate? You know what we appreciate? The classics. This right here is what we call the mumu in Africa. In Somali, they call it the Bat. You see, the Bati and the Mumu are the reason why Father Abraham had many sons. The reason why you and I are here. Bati, not to be confused with the Jamaican Bat together. You see, the Mumu was never about what you can see, but what you are yet to see. In the Bible, they say faith is the substance of things hoped for and not seen. The Bible understood. There was yearning, desire. It's gone when it's right there. The moon moves, it seduces you, waving in desire, calling you in to drown, but never retire. As I said, you can see the Bati and the Mumu in every culture all over the world. There is an iteration or reinvention or reapplication. Because why? Because all men understood the importance. And my sisters, I cannot blame you because the 2-for-1 deals at Rainbows and Fashion Nova are too hard to deny. I understand it because if they gave men those same deals for our outfits, we probably have a hard time saying no. Because for $20 and two underwears, you can have the same appeal. Things are not bubble, Fret not, darling. It's not that men have lost the appetite for the lingerie. It is because they have found the value in the classics.
What value in the classics?
Nothing against the lingerie. It's just.
So what did we decide last time?
Nothing
That
to the mystery.
we're fans of the Mumu?
Imagination.
What was the consensus last time? We're fans of the Mumus? Or
For
we're not
me,
fans?
1,000%. 20,000, 50,000, like anything that it's just something about a woman that look like she not going nowhere, like she not leaving the house. I don't know. Like, I love it. I love everything about anything that's just like, you know, flowy and just like just look womanly and I don't know. That's what I like.
I'm here for it. I am here for it. I'll drop a comment. I'm curious to see which 10 of you have stuck around until midnight Eastern time. I have to know which 10 of you are still the faithful. That's pretty impressive. Now you see, I thought you went to bed. I'm impressed that you were still here. That color looks really good on you, by the way. Great color. You're welcome.
It's all blue.
It is blue, but it works for him. And the red works good on you. You know, you just never know what. You're welcome. Okay, let's see.
You know, I can't imagine because like sometimes I scroll on social media and it's a lot of attractive like women on social media. I can't imagine like not having access to none of them. Like that would like I can imagine how that can drive men crazy. Like just not even believing that you have an opportunity, a chance, and they're just everywhere, and you're just like, oh, I don't qualify.
Especially when other men are scooping them up left and right and tossing them to the side.
Oh my god! Like all of these movements, they got like it started from something, and then like, and you know, the red pill started from that. That's why they're trying to like punish women for already having kids, and I understand to a degree why it might not work out for your lifestyle, but like they find out a woman got a kid and they go to town. Oh man.
I don't get that. I don't understand it.
Just trying to find a reason to disqualify somebody and just kind of be mean, and that's really what it is. We don't want to take care of no man's child. Like I completely understand not wanting to date a woman with kids because it don't fit your lifestyle and your goals. Completely understand it. Like I've never actually been with a woman who had kids. But I got kids.
It can be a challenge.
Yeah. But
I think how the woman conducts herself makes it a big difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just like as a man, it's like all right, financially, if I'm a provider, I'm providing for two now, or three, whatever it may be. Like, so I understand how it may not be something that somebody wants to do, but to try and make somebody feel like they're less than because of that, that's when it becomes weird and it doesn't make sense to me.
What I want to know, I mean, this is something that I've pondered for a while, but I really wonder what exactly is in Yonci's bowl.
Yogurt and granola.
I was wondering that. I recently got hip because I was trying to find some healthier recipes for, when I have like a sweet tooth. And I got onto the parfait, put little strawberry chunks in there and some the granola chunks, honey oat granola chunks, and the yogurt.
Is it Greek yogurt?
Yep.
I did Greek yogurt.
No, is it just granola and yogurt? You don't got no honey in there, no nothing.
I put honey on mine.
Okay.
Trying to be a little healthier because usually I would be eating ice cream.
I was gonna say I was gonna put either ice cream or yogurt. I was like, I think it's yogurt. I will say though, I we like to laugh and joke on the show, but I like to hope that some people could be watching this and learn, take some things away from it, because I think that there's a mindset that was represented tonight. I think there are some people who have that very mindset, and it could be helpful to hear a different perspective and maybe see themselves as someone else. So I think there's the possibility of really doing some stuff here. And I love that we can passionately disagree, but never be disrespectful to one another. I think this is very, very cool.
Romance shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, and grown woman shit.
That was so funny. He was like, am I hearing music? Because he was like, maybe no one else hears it. Am I hearing?
It's very nice that you got your own song. That's like real, like cool when you think about it. Like you're gonna have that song for a long time, forever.
Yo, why did I totally put my foot in my mouth? So the other day, Mate was singing to my daughter, and he was taking her name and like making it this little like, like using her name. And I say, you're so lucky you got a song. I never got a. And I was like, because I was literally meaning like him coming off the dome, like singing, and and I was like,
Yeah.
and he looked at me like, if this chick don't. I was like, I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Anime?
I was trying to say serenaded, but yeah, I totally had all 10 toes in my mouth. I was like, whoops.
Oh. The older you get, the more precious that song gonna become.
No, I love it. I think that's so sweet. I just wish that I wasn't in shock when he asked me, because he like, you didn't like me for real.
No, you love it now, but like trust me, when you 10, 20 years from now, that's gonna make you cry every time you hear it.
Aww,
Yeah.
that's very sweet.
Here we go.
Y'all going for the
we knew what time it was.
I know. I just try to be, gentle with it.
Yeah.
I appreciate you guys. Now you see, and Willie, he's not on here, but y'all be holding it down with the YouTube tips. It really does help a lot. So from my family to yours, thank you. You guys are contributing to my daughter's birthday gifts. You don't even know it, but she's got her birthday in a couple days, so it goes a long way. I really appreciate it.
Happy to help.
Absolutely.
Love it here.
Thanks, guys. We'll see you next Thursday.
Peace.
Thanks for watching. Good night.